P-A-S-C-A-L. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up, weekdays. Catch us live, somebody, let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. It is almost 9, but I figured I should jump on here early so we can get this conversation moving. We can get this ball rolling. We got quite the marathon of a day today, quite a marathon over the next 4 days ahead of us right now. We're going to be sitting here and watching the trial together as a fam. I know there's a lot of other channels that are doing this right now, but I figured, you know what? This is the most crucial information, the most crucial parts of this particular case between Johnny Depp and Amber Hurd. We got to hear her side of the story now. And the one thing that sucks is that I didn't get a chance to do the his telling, his side of the story. I didn't get a chance to do his side of the story because I really didn't know he was going to be on so soon, to be really, really honest. But nevertheless, I said, hey, and his side was very, very interesting. I'll just say, let me just add that piece really quick. But I also told you guys, hey, if she ends up going on, or if her team starts to push out their arguments, push out their narrative, I want to be there to see what's going on. And there is speculation that she might be taking the stand as early as today. Now, there's some other reports that are saying that she's going to be on tomorrow, but hey, we're going to give it a shot and see what happens here. So, like I said, it's going to be a long one. We're going to be in and out all day. So do me a favor, hit that like button down below. That would really, really mean a lot, okay? And please do not forget to hit that subscribe button if this is your first time checking out this channel right here. We got some things going on, y'all. There's a lot going on. We got 5 more minutes until they're allegedly getting things started. Now, I mean, there's a few things that we got to get into. We talked about it last night, but we are going to continue talking about it more, before we get things started here. And I, of course, would love to hear your opinions and your thoughts about all this as well. Because, yeah, Johnny Depp and Amber Hurd, man, they going toe-to-toe in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit right now as we speak. $100 million lawsuit. He was suing her for 50. She countersued him for $100 million. Interesting approach to this whole situation. And now we are in, man, I think this is the 4th week. Yeah, I think we're halfway through this trial. So I think this is the 4th week, if I'm correct, of just nonstop stories and nonstop circus show-ish. Okay? So we got to take a look at these things. We got to talk about a few things, of course. There's a lot going on. There's something I wanted to show you guys before we get started, before we see what's popping over here. But real quick, Lady Justice has said, do you see Dr. Grande's take on AH's diagnosis? Very interesting. He points out the inconsistencies in therapist's approach to her. Oh, wow. I have not seen that one. I'm going to check it out when I have some free time. It might not be today or it might be tonight when all of this, when this trial is officially over. But we are in for it for the long haul. This is going to be a marathon, y'all. But the thing is as I'm getting things set up, I want to show you guys one thing, but then I wanted to get this thing kind of going because I want to make sure we have it all set up and ready to go. And it looks like they're about to get going here any minute now, which is crazy. Everybody is in their seats. Let me pull this up really quick. They're in there. They in there. Okay. So we know about that, but I wanted to show you guys this really, really quick. Okay. Boom. This is now at, let me refresh this. This is the petition I was telling you guys about. it has officially gone past 3 million signatures. And it went up so fast that they've moved the goal. They've moved the goalpost, y'all, to 4.5 million signatures. You think that they're going to get that soon? I mean, the numbers are still going as we speak. So we'll see if it actually does the damn thing, if they reach 4.5 million. But given the fact that it reached 3 million signatures, the question still remains: will Warner Brothers, that own the rights and have been producing Aquaman, and now they have Aquaman 2, will they cut her out completely? That is the ongoing question, right, Chia? Anyway, it looks like they're going to get things moving. Everything's still on mute for right now. But I've said to you guys before, this is an ongoing question I have, because what is Amber Heard's team going to do? Are they going to be going straight for the jugular? What's going to be their main push? And obviously there's many choices. There's many avenues that they can go down, but they have not gone down. They haven't gotten a chance to do anything yet. So the question still remains: what are they going to do? What is their approach actually going to do with this whole thing? Now, obviously, nothing's been said yet. We're still waiting to hear the judge, and obviously they're making some things happen, because clearly it is not 9 yet, or 10 a.m. their time. So we're still waiting on them to get things on and popping. Now, we already know that Amber Heard switched out her whole PR team literally a few days ago, amid her possibly going and taking the stand, possibly as soon as today. Like I said, as soon as today, she could possibly be taking the stand, either committing full-on bold-face perjury, or just telling her truth. I guess that's still up in the air, right? But as we could see, I'm still wondering what's going to happen here. You see, let me make sure okay, it's not muted. So yeah, they just muted all their mics, because things have not begun yet. It is 9 a.m. right now, my time. So I'm assuming they're going to start popping off here shortly. And so, of course, I'll be reading some of your comments throughout the whole thing. Yes, the judge is coming in now. Let's go.
Good morning.
Lamo.
Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Okay, sure.
Okay. Just a few ground rules for this morning's start. Okay. They're about to start popping. Here's the thing. I will be in and out. I won't be on camera the entire time, but I will be watching all that. I got to use the bathroom. I got to eat. I got to do all those things. But this stream will still be rolling. Okay. I repeat, the stream will still be rolling. But if I walk away for 5-10 minutes, does not mean that I am not watching or in the chat or seeing what's going down. So I just wanted to let you guys know what's going on with this. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Just so you guys know, because it's going to be 7 hours of nonstop stream. So it's a lot. And I'm still human. So I still got to stretch the legs and do all that stuff. I still got to get out here and breathe in the freedom air. Okay. So I'm just letting you guys know those things. But we are going to be watching this as a family, and I will be putting in my commentary definitely throughout the course of today. Okay. Andrea, anytime, no problem. It is my pleasure. Rhonda, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Misty Fisher said something. Due to Amber's personality disorders, this is all Amber's truth, because she believes everything she has said. Now, that is the funny part, because if you really think about it, that is the ongoing question. I said it last night, so I'm glad that you brought it up again, Misty. That's the ongoing question. If, because she has these disorders, HPD, and BPD, does this automatically mean that even if she goes up on the stand and straight up bold-faced lies, does this mean it's still, because she, in her perspective and what she's created, what she's manufactured in her mind, does it still count as perjury? Is it or not? So hopefully I'll be having some of my lawyer friends popping on a little bit later on during the stream, later on during the show, to talk about all this. Okay. But of course, before we get everything going, please do me a favor, hit that like button down below, crush it, get it past 100 likes really quick for me. And of course, please do not forget to hit that subscribe button. All right. I'm working hard out here in these streets. I'm just going to repeat all this stuff all over again. Okay. And please, if you can, share this feed. Hit that join button. Check out my merch page. And of course, I have my Patreon and I have my Cash App. I'm sorry, but like I said, this man got to pay the bills somehow. Okay. Yes, Aggro Vixen, thank you so much for the first super chat of the day. I really do appreciate it. And yes, I will be reading super chats throughout the course of this show, throughout the course of this stream as well. So if you guys have any questions, any opinions, so on and so forth, those super chats will definitely be read out loud first and foremost. Okay, just so you guys know a little bit of the ground rules. We got Laura Strada. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Blessings and hugs to Pascal and the fam this Monday morning. Yes, good morning every single last one of y'all. Okay, for all y'all who are starting to file in, this is going to be an entertaining and long day, but it's going to be worth it. Okay. So, yes, thank you so much, Rosemarie J. Thank you so much for supporting and sharing. Yes, let people know what's going on, okay? Because we will be watching this together. And what's up, Pumpkin Escobar? What's up? T. Hager, yeah, allegedly she might be going on there, but she might be up as soon as today too. But let's see what their game plan is. Let's see what their plan of attack is. That's what I want to see. Who they're going to bring up to the stand first. Is it going to be straight up Amber Heard first, or someone else? Let's check it out. Okay, so obviously it's not Amber Heard first. So this is going to be interesting. LA Vibes, $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Amber is committing career Sean Kingston. Yeah, I think she did that.
Ladies and gentlemen.
She did that when she wrote that op-ed.
Are your next witness?
That's what I think. Oh, let's see.
Your Honor, we call Travis Mcgivern by video link.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Mcgivern, can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Can you do me a favor and just count to 5 for me so I can get you to pop up on my big screen here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Now, can you turn your camera on?
I thought it was on.
There we go. Yes, sir. Now I can see you. If you could raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning,
Oh, that's
Mr.
interesting.
Mcgivern.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Travis Edward Mcgivern,
Mighty Beard.
And where do you currently live?
Los, California.
Defying from
Los Angeles.
Come on, man.
your current occupation.
A security professional.
And
The hell? What is up with this?
A little
Close.
over 16 years.
do you know the plaintiff
I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to try to see if I can find another stream, because that's some horse.
Friends would walk.
That's some horse-ish right there. Because I don't know why it's frozen like that. Let me try that again. That's not on me. That is not on me. What the hell? It's totally frozen. Yep. Everybody else on that particular stream is tripping. Let's go here. So somebody going to have to tell me who the hell this guy
Mr.
was.
Depp.
Or never mind. I guess we're not missing it.
Couldn't say for sure. Probably sometime around then, March or April 2013.
What do you do as a member of Mr. Depp's security team?
Residential security, estate security, if he's in LA. When he's in LA, if he wants to go anywhere, I'll take him wherever he wants to go. I have protected his children before. Yeah, just basically ensure the safety and well-being of Mr. Depp and his family.
And are you currently employed for Mr. Depp?
I am.
What other means of employment do you have?
Thank you, Rosemary
So-
J.
Mr. Depp's travel schedule is pretty regular. So when he's not in town, work slows down a little bit. So I have actually in the last 6 months, just under 6 months, picked up a full-time job working for another client.
When you first started working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see him in person?
Misty Fisher, this is Johnny's witness. Just so you know, his side has
Hard to
not
say.
rest.
When he's in town, I saw him on a daily and or nightly basis. I work nights mostly. Obviously, when he's out of town, that changes. But yeah, when he's in town, pretty much daily.
When did you first meet Miss Hurd?
Again, I couldn't give you an exact date, but I would say sometime in 2013, maybe summer 2013.
And when you were working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see Miss Hurd when they were in a relationship?
In the beginning, not very often. At one point, they moved to downtown LA to the Eastern Columbia building and became a little more frequent.
When Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd were staying at the Eastern Columbia building together, how often would you actually be in their apartment with them?
That would vary depending on the situation, but a few times a week would be my best estimate. It depended on what was going on, and there'd be nights where I wouldn't see them at all. There'd be nights where I would. Best estimate would be a few times a week.
During that time, did you have occasion to see Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd interacting with each other?
I did, yes.
And how often would you estimate?
No, anytime I was in there, they were typically interacting. So I'd say a few times a week, several times a week.
How would you describe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd?
Got to
It
take
would
off
they were.
classes.
It
For
would
that
depend.
one.
Sometimes they were super loving, super happy, and then the next night they could be arguing. And initially, when we first when I first started working down at the lofts, that things were cool. More than moving forward, things got a little more volatile moving in the longer they were there.
When did you start noticing more arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
So I want to say like the end of 2014, they started staying down there pretty regularly. There were a few incidents where there were fights. But March 2015, when they came back from Australia, was when I really started to notice a change.
And how often would you witness arguments or fights during that time?
From in March?
From March and thereafter.
So when they came back from Australia, the arguments were pretty regular. Wouldn't say nightly, but every other night, several times a week, there would be arguments.
And what did you observe in the arguments that you personally witnessed?
So it was typically, I would come in, I'd get a text from Mr. Depp. I would go to Penthouse 3, which is where they stayed. Either stay by the door as requested, or in the kitchen. And then, I mean, it was just verbal arguments, yelling. It was typically Mr. Depp wanting to get out of there. And so there was the trying to convince Miss Hurd to let us leave. And yeah, I mean, lots of name calling, lots of F-bombs, you know.
And who was the name calling directed at?
So that was typically Miss Hurd directing her feelings toward Mr. Depp.
And what do you recall Ms. Hurd saying in those instances?
Thank you, 1980.
Oh dear.
Travis is the one that Johnny refers to on the recording. He texts him after.
It would vary, and to be honest, I tried to not pay attention. I was just there to get Mr. Depp out of there. But you know, there were times I've heard Miss Hurd call him a fucking deadbeat dad, if I can say that. I apologize to the court. If
a little early for the F-bombs.
A
kidding.
Fucking washed up, fucking cunt, you name it. She's spewed it.
How would you describe your own interactions with Ms. Hurd in the time that you worked for Mr. Depp?
All right. What's the relevance of his interaction?
She is wearing brown today.
His interactions when he was involved in when he was witnessing these altercations.
Well, if you want to ask that question.
Okay. How would you describe your interactions with Ms. Hurd when you were present during an altercation between her and Mr. Depp?
For the most part,
Yeah, poop color.
there wasn't really interaction.
She's wearing turd color. Not me.
There were a few times where I was trying to get Mr. Depp away from the situation, and Miss Hurd didn't like my involvement in the situation, and she, on one occasion, let me know how she felt about that.
No kidding.
And what did she say to you in that instance?
What's up with the braids, y'all? She auditioning for a new Star Wars?
A lot. It was a lengthy,
Maybe Sound of Music? Auditioning for a
one-sided conversation. But she basically
Random.
demeaned my career choice, called me a fucking yes man, And honestly, there were parts of that where she, you know, she was like, how would you feel if someone was involved in your relationship? Which I sympathize with. But yeah, she definitely threw some shade on me and my chosen career.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd increased when they returned from Australia in March 2015.
Midsummer, that's a
When
good
did you first see Ms. Hurd when she returned from Australia?
So I picked Miss Hurd up from the airport on March 9th. Yeah, that was the first time I saw her when she got back.
And who else was with her?
Gentleman named Ben King, who I later found out, I didn't know who he was initially, but later found out he was the house manager or property estate manager of the place they were staying at in Australia.
How would you describe Ms. Hurd's demeanor when you picked her up at the airport?
She seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary. She was pleasant. She was polite, like she usually was.
How much time did you spend with Ms. Hurd that day?
Not a lot, but at least the car ride from LAX to downtown LA to the lofts. Couldn't tell you how long that took, but probably 45 minutes to an hour. I believe I escorted them or helped them up to Penthouse 3 and was maybe in there for very, very briefly, a minute or two, and then I left. So overall, let's estimate an hour.
And how close to Ms. Hurd were you that day?
I mean, in the car where I'm driving, she's in the seat right behind me to my right. So there's a few feet there. I think when I picked him up, I don't remember if I hugged her or not, but I know I probably grabbed some luggage. So I was within a few feet.
And what time of day was it when Ms. Hurd arrived at the airport?
Early afternoon. I want to say they landed at around 1 p.m.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Hurd that day?
I didn't notice any injuries.
When did you first see Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia in March 2015?
I don't know, to be honest. I know it was after Miss Hurd came, but I couldn't give you an exact date.
And what, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia?
So Mr. Depp had his right hand, heavily wrapped. I didn't actually see an injury, but his hand was wrapped.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd increased after they returned from Australia. What arguments do you recall specifically?
One in particular stands out. March 23rd, a couple weeks after they got back, there was an incident in Penthouse 5 that I recall.
And when did you start your shift that day?
11 p.m. was typically my start time.
And where were you on your shift?
So at the loft, there was kind of a makeshift command post, CP, or guard shack, or whatever it's called. That was in a storage room connected to Penthouse 5 via a patio. So you'd leave Penthouse 5, go to a patio, and then our CP was connected to that patio. That's typically where we hang out during our shifts.
And what time were you first contacted by Mr. Depp that evening?
Again, I can't say precisely, but between 4 and probably around 4 a.m., 4:30 maybe.
And what did you do after Mr. Depp contacted you?
So when he texted me, and I was downstairs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, either getting some air, stretching my legs, or grabbing some food. But I remember getting the text. I wasn't in the CP when I got the text. He requested I meet him at Penthouse 5 and requested that I bring the nurse, his nurse that was working at that time with him.
What was her name?
Debbie Lloyd.
And so what did you go get Miss Lloyd?
I did. So Miss Lloyd was staying at a hotel close by, probably about a half block away. And being that I was already down there, I felt 4 a.m, I wasn't gonna, and Mr. Depp wouldn't have wanted me to have her walk by herself. But I wasn't gonna go get the truck either, since I was down there already. So I walked over to the hotel. I believe I called the nurse just to make sure she woke up. And then I walked to the hotel and I met her there. We walked over together to the Eastern Columbia building. In the lobby, we ran into Miss Hurd. She was at the front desk talking to security or concierge, I'm not sure who. Miss Lloyd stayed downstairs with Miss Hurd. I proceeded upstairs
Good question.
meet Mr. Depp at Penthouse 5 as requested. Was hoping to get him out of there before Miss Hurd came back up, just because of past.
Sorry, why was that?
Just because past experiences, when they would argue, she would try to prevent us from leaving. To the point, I mean, she's held the elevator before. She's physically tried to keep Mr. Depp from leaving by grabbing his arm or standing in front of him. I just wanted to get out of there to avoid that.
And what happened when you got upstairs to the penthouse?
So Mr. Depp was sitting in front of the front door of Penthouse 5. I greeted, he had some bags, I believe, like he was ready to go. I greeted him, kind of got a feel for what was going on, tried to get him out of there. As we were getting ready to leave, Miss Hurd and Miss Lloyd exited the elevator on the penthouse level. So they came back up, and Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd decided they wanted to continue whatever conversation they were having. So I let them into Penthouse 5. Myself, Miss Lloyd, Mr. Depp, and Miss Hurd entered Penthouse 5. I tried to stay out of their conversations as long as they were peaceful. So they were having a relatively peaceful conversation. Miss Lloyd and I stood outside the door of Penthouse 5, had the door propped open to make sure we could hear what was going on, but kind of giving them their space initially.
And you said initially, what happened after that?
So the conversation got a little louder, got a little more volatile. So Miss Lloyd and myself entered Penthouse 5 just to be around, to hopefully be able to not necessarily mediate, but just to be there. So yeah, entered, stood a little closer to Mr. Depp.
And what did you observe when you went back into the penthouse?
So the argument continued. There were moments of kind of normal conversation, peaceful conversation, but then there were also moments of yelling and anger from both of them. And at some point I witnessed Miss Hurd throw a Red Bull can. So the loft is 3 levels. Mr. Depp was down at the lower level, which is the kitchen area. There's a middle level, which was turned into an office for Miss Hurd. And then the upper level was where the bedrooms were, but they were turned into closets basically for Miss Hurd at that time. Miss Hurd and her sister at that time, Whitney, had come in. They were both on the middle level, the office level. And I saw Miss Hurd throw a Red Bull can from her position that struck Mr. Depp in the back.
So she got an arm on her, man. Damn.
Anything else that you recall?
Glasses are out.
At that point, I moved closer to Mr. Depp. I didn't care that I was in the middle of their conversation at that point. I didn't want my client getting hit with anything else. So I stood right by Mr. Depp. The verbal onslaught continued from both of them. Mr. Depp was giving as good as he got at that point. He was angry and agitated.
Rightfully so.
At one point, Miss Hurd threw something else, either a purse or some sort of bag or something that she had up there. I was able to knock it away so it didn't hit him. At one point, she spit at him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then just a lot of verbal vitriol from both of them.
What do you remember Ms. Hurd saying to Mr. Depp on this occasion?
Jeez. Anything and everything. Specifically, there was you're fucking washed up. You're a fucking cunt. Which he called her as well. You're, again, the deadbeat dad shit. Yeah, I don't even remember what the fight was about, but it was pretty. The F word is my favorite word, and it was being thrown around to the point where I was uncomfortable. So.
And how did Mr. Depp respond to Ms. Hurd's behavior?
Oh, he was mad. He was upset, especially after she tried to spit on him. At one point, Miss Hurd and her sister left. Penthouse 5. I imagine they went into Penthouse 4 or possibly over to Penthouse 3. I don't know. They were all adjoining. Mr. Depp went upstairs and rearranged her closet for her. Threw down probably every rack of clothing and shoes. Threw at least one down the stairs. He was upset.
Where was Miss Hurd when Mr. Depp rearranged her closet, as you said?
Can't say for sure, but she was not in Penthouse 5. She was either in 4 or 3.
And you mentioned Miss Hurd's sister, Whitney. Do you recall when she arrived in the evening?
So Whitney wasn't there when we first all walked into Penthouse 5. When Miss Lloyd and I stepped out to give them some space, she must have, excuse me, she must have come in at some point because she was in there when we walked back.
Did you see Miss Hurd again that evening after Mr. Depp was in her closet?
I did, yeah. She must have heard what was going on and not been too pleased. So she shortly after re-entered Penthouse 5 as I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of there.
And what happened at that point?
So her and her sister both came back in. We were on the middle level, so her office level of Penthouse 5 at that point. She was agitated. Mr. Depp was agitated. I felt it was time to get Mr. Depp out of the situation, so I stepped in between Miss Hurd and Mr. Depp, telling Mr. Depp that we were leaving and that it wasn't up to him anymore. At that point, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a fist and an arm come across my right shoulder, and
whoa!
I heard and saw a closed fist contact Mr. Depp in the left side of his face.
Bam!
And whose fist was that?
That was Miss Hurd's fist, Amber Hurd's fist.
And where was Whitney when this occurred?
Can't say for sure, but I'm guessing, or my best guess is behind Amber.
How did Mr. Depp respond when he was punched?
The initial look on his face kind of mirrored mine, kind of a look of shock, like what just happened, where'd that come from? At that point, I wasn't going to let Mr. Depp get hit anymore, so I moved him down the last flight of stairs to the lower level, and told him we're leaving. It wasn't up to him anymore, just for his safety. I had let him get hit by a Red Bull can. I let him get punched.
Right. And
my job
exactly
is
your
to
job
ensure
is
the safety and well-being of my clients.
Thank you.
I felt like I hadn't done that, so it was my time to do my job and get him out of there.
And so where did you go?
So Miss Hurd and her sister left Penthouse 5. Again, I don't know where they went. I'm assuming they went through Penthouse 4. We're either in 4 or 3. Mr. Depp was not pleased with me, naturally. He went into the bathroom for a couple minutes. Miss Lloyd talked to him. And and they came out and agreed that it was time to leave. So as we were leaving the front door, Mr. Depp got right in my face. He was wearing sunglasses, and maybe not sunglasses. He was wearing glasses. Pulled him down, pointed to the left side of his face, and told me, "That's your fault." And I agreed. And then we proceeded to the vehicle, and we left the law.
I mean, do you blame him?
What did you see on the left side of Mr. Depp's face?
I'd be pissed too. I'm paying you a lot of money to protect my ass.
There was already a nice little shiner.
Thank you.
Definitely swollen and red. It wasn't black and blue yet, but it was definitely swollen and red.
At any point during this incident, did Mr. Depp throw anything at Miss Hurd?
No.
At any point, did Mr. Depp throw anything at anyone?
No.
Blammo.
At any time during this incident, did Mr. Depp physically respond to Miss Hurd?
No.
Do you recall Miss Hurd's birthday party in April of 2016?
Here we go.
I do.
Of course he does. Come on now. Hit that like button, guys. Don't
Mr.
forget to hit that
Mcgivern,
subscribe
during
button
the
as well.
incident we just discussed on March 23rd, what did Mr. Depp have on his right hand?
So he had the same bandage that he had when he arrived from Australia. So it was heavily wrapped. Yeah, a heavily wrapped bandage. I don't know what was underneath, but it was definitely wrapped.
Do you recall whether it was a hard or a soft cast?
I do not.
Okay. Now, moving forward to Miss Hurd's birthday party in April 2016.
Thank you.
Were you present at that dinner party?
Thank you, Betty.
I was not. I started my shift again around 11 p.m. The party was going on in Penthouse 5. I don't typically take part in get-togethers, so I think I probably hung out in the CP. Shortly after I got there, the party kind of winded down. I believe Mr. Depp got there.
Facts.
He was late.
It's Chris Day.
So I think he got there shortly after I started my shift. He went into Penthouse 5. Again, the party wound down shortly thereafter. And then, as far as I know, Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd
Appreciate that, Betty.
went back to Penthouse 3 shortly thereafter.
Did you see Mr. Depp again that evening?
Thank you. Greta Lee.
That
Thank
morning I did. Early that morning, yeah. Or the following morning. Again, I got a text. My best guess is around the same time, 4. There were so many incidences. They're hard to keep straight, but probably around 4 or 5 that morning, requesting my presence in Penthouse 3.
And what did you do after you received that text message?
Went to Penthouse 3.
And what did you observe when you went to Penthouse 3?
Again, a verbal argument. I think it was made clear that some phones had been thrown out the window or something, down to Broadway. Mr. Depp was again ready to leave, to get out of the situation. He had his couple bags over his shoulders. Wanted to grab a few valuables that we always used to grab when this happened. Some framed letters from either Hunter S. Thompson or Marlon Brando. Yeah, and then I believe we left. I think I got him out of the situation again. We did look for the phone briefly, I think, on our way back to West Hollywood. But my main concern was getting him away from the situation. So I didn't find the phone. And then we proceeded back to his suites or properties.
What do you recall about Miss Hurd's demeanor that evening when you saw her?
Who is messing with
Nothing
the
out of
keyboard?
ordinary. Nothing that.
Is that?
I mean, they were arguing like usual in those circumstances, but nothing pops out.
Do you guys hear the keyboard?
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Miss Hurd that evening?
Have mercy.
I didn't notice any injuries.
In your time working for Mr. Depp, have you ever seen Mr. Depp physically abuse Miss Hurd?
I have not.
Now, you mentioned a couple occasions. How many times have you witnessed Miss Hurd be physically abusive towards Mr. Depp?
It just stopped, but somebody's clacking on a keyboard like hard, like angrily typing or something.
Obviously, the March 23rd thing in Penthouse 5. Physically abusive. I don't know how to define that, but I have seen her
It's probably
physically try to prevent him from leaving before. So grabbing his arms, standing in front of him, pushing him. Yeah, again, I don't know if that's physically abusive, but that I've definitely seen her touch him on multiple occasions.
Have you ever observed Mr. Depp use any drugs?
I have.
And what drugs have you seen Mr. Depp use?
everything. I mean, what
are
are
you talking non-prescription?
Everything, baby.
Yes.
Marijuana.
You name
And,
it. I mean, what do
cocaine.
you expect? Marijuana and
How many
cocaine.
times have you seen Mr. Depp use marijuana?
Every day, baby. Smoke
Too
weed
many
every
to
day.
count. I mean, daily.
And how many times have you seen Mr. Depp use cocaine?
Shoot, come on. Day, all day, day.
A couple. 2.
That's a lie. That's
How would
a
you
lie.
describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he's using marijuana?
Hungry? Famished.
Chill, for lack of a better word. Mellow. Yeah, I don't know how to better describe it. Just super mellow.
And how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him use cocaine?
The same.
What?
So I've seen him use it, like seen him use it a few times. I've known of him using it other times, and
Come on now.
I feel like it levels him out. Yeah, I haven't noticed any difference.
Good question, Roberto.
when he's used it.
Come on now.
Have you observed Mr. Depp consume alcohol?
Absolutely.
Have you seen a
And
human breathe?
How many times?
I mean, come on.
Like marijuana, too many to count. Pretty regularly.
And on how many of those occasions did Mr. Depp appear to be drunk?
You're right there on that one,
It would
Jennifer.
Depend on what you mean by drunk, but not many.
Sometimes
the only
cocaine
time I would say I've
can
seen
calm
Mr.
you too.
Depp drunk was
Certain people. Not all people.
when he would fall asleep on the couch, sitting up with his boots on. Other than that, Mr. Depp handles his liquor very well.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him consume alcohol?
No different than
Angrily
any
clicking
other
away.
time. Again, super chill, super mellow. Yeah.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Hurd consume alcohol?
I have.
How many times would you estimate?
All day, every day, baby.
Again, too many to count.
Exactly.
She drank fairly regularly.
Skadoosh.
So I couldn't even give you a guesstimate.
Exactly.
On how many of those occasions did you observe Miss Hurd behaving drunk?
Can't say I've, other than the incident on March 23rd, where I didn't see her drinking, but I assumed based on her behavior, she was drunk. Other than that, I can't say I've ever seen her obviously drunk in my eyes.
I have no further
All
questions.
right, cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn.
Damn.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rottenborn. Here comes Mr. Rottenborn. Don't forget to hit that like button down below. Send it past, man, if you can get it past 400 likes, that would really mean a lot to me. All right. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button, y'all.
Good morning, Mr. McGivern.
Join the fam. Let's
Good
see
morning,
what,
sir.
So
if
you
he
said
objects
you've worked
himself.
for Mr. Depp for about 9 years, right?
Correct.
And
objection
he
hearsay.
hasn't been in town recently, so you have another job. Is that what you said?
Yes.
But you still consider yourself an employee of his even today, correct?
I do.
And when you do work for Mr. Depp, he pays your salary, right?
Not on salary. He pays my wage. Yes.
He pays the money that you make for working for him.
Correct.
And you've referred to him a few times during your testimony this morning as your client. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you're working security for Mr. Depp, it's Mr. Depp and Mr. Depp alone that is your client, correct?
That is not correct.
Well, in the altercation that you testified about with Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, you referred to only Mr. Depp as your client, and it was your job to keep your client safe. Do you remember that?
Objection compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I do.
So at least in that instance, he was your client, not Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct.
Now, the evening of March 23rd, 2015, you actually walked into the middle of the argument with Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
So you testified earlier that you were downstairs and Miss Hurd was downstairs in the lobby and you had gotten Miss Lloyd, but
That's funny.
that's actually not accurate, is it?
Thank you for the $2 super chat, H. Charlie Miller. Born
To the
rotten.
best of my recollection, that is accurate.
In fact, when you and Miss Lloyd entered Penthouse 5, Amber and Mr. Depp were already in there having a verbal argument, correct?
That is not correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
Man, he just stopped everything. He's like, wait a second. Hold up. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the Matlock theme song should be going on.
Mr. McGivern, do you see a document on the screen in front of you entitled Witness Statement of Travis McGivern?
I do.
And you, well, let me ask you this. Is that your address below?
document's pretty small. Is there any way for me to, oh, there we go. Yes, it is.
And that's where you currently live?
Hang on one sec, I'm sorry. That is a P.O. box.
Okay. Is that yours?
It is.
Okay. Now, this is a witness statement that you prepared on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK trial, correct?
Yeah, the statement went away. Oh, there it is.
You see it?
Yes, it is.
And who drafted this statement?
Myself, along with an attorney. I don't remember exactly who.
Was it Adam Waldman?
At that point, I don't believe it was. No.
If you go to paragraph 5, please, on the second page. And you understood when you wrote this statement that this was going to be submitted to the court in the UK trial that Mr. Depp brought, and that this was your testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And about 2/3 of the way through paragraph 5, there's a sentence that says, when Ms. Lloyd and I entered his residence, Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp were having a verbal argument. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
That is, yes.
So that doesn't say anything about you meeting Ms. Hurd in the lobby of the Eastern Columbia building, does it?
No, it does not.
And when you entered the penthouse, you can't recall the specifics of what the argument was about, correct? Take that.
No, like what they were fighting about? Absolutely. No, I don't.
And you don't know anything about what caused the argument in the first place, correct?
I do not.
But you do remember Mr. Depp being very angry, right?
I remember both of them being very angry, yes.
And you say that he gave as good as he got when it came to what they were saying to each other, right?
Yes.
You say they were both being verbally abusive to one another?
Yes.
Yes.
And you testified that at some point, Ms. Hurd was on the mezzanine level, right? The level of her office, so kind of the middle level of the penthouse.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was on the lower level, correct, when you entered the penthouse?
So when Miss Lloyd and I re-entered the penthouse, yes, that's where they were.
And you weren't preventing Mr. Depp from leaving at any time, correct?
Preventing him from leaving? I was encouraging him to leave.
Right. And he could have, when he was on that lower level of the penthouse, he could have left at that point, correct? You wouldn't have prevented that.
No, I would not have.
But instead, at some point, he walked up to the mezzanine and, as you say, he rearranged Miss Hurd's closet, right?
Well, that wasn't on the mezzanine level. That was on the top level. But yeah, he rearranged the closet.
So he traveled up 2 levels in the penthouse to throw down every rack of clothing that she had, right?
I don't know about every rack, but he definitely threw down some racks of clothes and shoes.
Okay, I believe you said every rack, so that's just why I was asking you to confirm that. You said he threw a rack down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, he went back downstairs?
To the mezzanine level, yes.
Now, that wasn't the only time you learned of Mr. Depp causing damage in Penthouse 5, correct?
Couldn't say for sure. Nothing's coming to mind.
He had, you said he had something on his hand from his injury that he sustained in Australia, right?
Yes, his hand was wrapped.
Now, you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd, correct?
I was not.
And what he had on his hand could have been a hard cast, correct?
Sure. I have no idea what was under the wrap.
And isn't it true that while he was on the mezzanine level and Miss Hurd and her sister were there, that he was reaching for Amber's hair while he was trying to hit her with that cast, correct?
That is not correct.
And you say that you can't say for sure where Whitney was standing on the mezzanine level during this altercation, correct?
That is correct.
And it's possible that she was standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd then, correct?
No.
Well, you say you can't say for sure where she was standing. So she could have been standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd, right?
No, because I stepped in between Miss Hurd and Mr. Depp. So she definitely wasn't standing in between them.
Well, in fact, you saw Mr. Depp push or shove Whitney Hurd, correct?
Absolutely not.
And it was only after
Interesting.
Mr. Depp pushed Whitney that Amber stepped forward and punched him in the face. Isn't that right?
That is not correct.
Now, moving on to April 2016, you weren't there for the party, you said, correct?
I started my shift while the party was going on.
But you weren't in with the party goers, you said, right?
That's correct.
And
I was not.
you said at some point Mr. Depp and Miss Hurd went back to Penthouse 3, but you have no idea what went on between them in Penthouse 3 while you weren't there, correct?
I do not.
And you said that you gave security services to Mr. Depp primarily in Los Angeles. Is that right?
Yes. A little bit of travel, but mostly in LA.
Okay, where did you travel to?
Yeah.
Vegas, up north, we did a road trip, kind of, they called it their honeymoon. So Napa, San Francisco, Big Sur, San Jose. Those are all with Miss Hurd. I've taken Mr. Depp to China before.
China.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a bunch of local stuff, Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, stuff like that.
Okay. You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles with Mr. Depp and Amber in May 2014, correct?
I was not.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in May or June of 2013, correct? With them?
I was not.
You were never in the Bahamas with them, including in August 2014, correct?
What is this
I
lawyer
was
getting
not.
to?
You were not
Come
in the
on.
Bahamas with them in December of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in Tokyo with them in January of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the evening of December 15th, 2015, correct?
I don't know.
To the best
If
of
they
your
were-
recollection.
Yeah, if they were at the lofts, I typically worked every night, but nothing about December 15th is popping into my head.
Okay. And you definitely were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the night of May 21st, 2016, were you?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr.
All
McGivern.
right, read your right.
No, Your
Wow.
Honor.
All right, is this
Thanks,
witness, all right, is this witness subject to recall?
Wow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McGivern, you're subject to recall. So just to let you know, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses. So you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony or
course.
watch any of the proceedings of this case. Okay, sir?
Understood, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a good
No,
day.
that was so interesting. No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions for them.
Your next witness.
Really,
Mr. Depp
anything
calls
at
Jack
all.
Wiggum, who should be waiting in the electronic lobby.
I've got him. All right, Mr. Wiggum, can you hear me, sir?
Wiggity word.
Could you
Mr.
do me a favor and
Wiggum.
just count to 1 to 5 for me?
Sure. 1, 2, 3,
7,
4, 5.
10.
All right, thank you, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Okay,
The
thank
whole
you, sir.
truth and nothing but the truth. So
Good
help-
morning,
that's
Mr.
interesting.
Wiggum. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Hit that like button down below, y'all.
Jack Wiggum.
Wiggity word.
Where do you live,
Wiggum.
Mr. Wiggum?
I live in Los Angeles.
Where, if at all, did you earn your undergraduate degree?
I earned a degree in finance from the University of Florida.
In what year, if any, did you graduate from the University of Florida?
1998.
Do you have any graduate degrees, Mr. Wiggum?
I do. I have a law degree also from the University of Florida and graduated in 2002.
Mr. Wiggum, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm currently a manager representative for artists.
Would you please describe, Mr. Wiggum, for the jury, what a manager representative does?
So we, represent writers, directors, actors, actresses, mostly in their pursuit of artistic endeavors. So I primarily focus on film and television, but, all artistic endeavors.
How does a manager representative get paid?
Typically via a commission.
What?
So industry standard is kind of 10% of whatever the deal is.
And Mr. Wiggum, what did you do professionally after you earned your JD at the University of Florida?
I was an attorney at a firm called Weil, Gottsville and Manges for approximately 3 years. And then I segued from there to a talent agency called CAA, Creative Artists Agency.
In what year did you start work at CAA?
I started there in April of 2004.
And Mr. Wiggum, in what capacity did you start working at CAA?
I started at the bottom in the mailroom, shucking mail, and then became an assistant for one of the manager partners. And then in 2007, I believe I became an agent. And then right around 2014, I think, I began co-running the film and talent department there.
And when your job responsibilities shifted to becoming an agent at CAA, would you please describe briefly for the jury what that entailed?
Sure. We were, also looking out for artistic endeavors on behalf of the clients, so writers, directors, actors, actresses, but we were also negotiating deals and, really pursuing film, television, producing deals on behalf of the clients.
Mr. Wiggum, did there come a time when you left CAA?
I did. I left in August of 2020.
What, if anything, did you do professionally after you left CAA in August of 2020?
So I co-founded a management production company called Range Media Partners in August of 2020 and have been working there ever since.
What type of company is Range Media Partners?
It's a management representation production company.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
I do.
Mr. Wiggum, when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I actually met him very briefly on the set of Black Mass, which was probably, 2014 or 15. And then I met him very briefly at one of his music shows. But more substantively, I sat with him, I believe in the fall of 2016.
Did there come a time, Mr. Wiggum, when you became Mr. Depp's agent?
Yes.
When was that?
Right around October, I believe, or fall of 2016.
Was that when you were still with CAA?
Yes.
When you first started with Mr. Depp as his agent, who, if anyone, assisted you?
I had two partners that I worked with Johnny. One was Brian Ward and the other was Christian Carino.
Since starting to work with Mr. Depp as his agent in October 2016, have you had opportunities to observe him interacting with yourself and others?
Yes.
How would you describe for the jury Mr. Depp's demeanor on those occasions?
Objection relevant.
All right, what's the relevance?
The relevance is how he conducts himself professionally, which relates to his reputation, which is at issue.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may answer the question, Mr. Wiggum.
Sure. Johnny was always very nice, sweet, in fact, artistic, polite, and, very thoughtful, kind of uniquely thoughtful about how are you doing? How's your family? He was just a thoughtful person. He always has been.
Did he seem genuine?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
To what extent, if any, did he seem genuine?
I'm going to object. How would he know?
I'm
Speculation.
not sure what objection that is, or
Speculation.
a speculation.
Foundation.
I believe he can testify as to that.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Her Honor says you may answer that question.
Okay. I found Johnny to be authentic. It was a genuine kindness.
And Mr. Wiggum, prior to you first becoming Mr. Depp's agent in 2016, October of 2016, who was his agent prior to that?
I believe it was Tracy Jacobs at a company called UTA.
And before you took over from Tracy Jacobs as Mr. Depp's agent, what, if any, research or due diligence did you do with respect to him?
Objection relevance.
A fair amount.
All right, what's the
Again, Your
relevance?
Honor, it goes to reputation, which is the core of the issue.
We're going to get into
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you aware of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you became his agent in October of 2016?
I would say objection leading, and I think it's going to call for hearsay.
I'll overrule at this point. Go ahead.
I believe I was.
What was your understanding, if any, of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you began representing him as his agent in the fall of 2016?
Johnny's reputation, in my opinion, he was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community.
Your Honor,
artistic.
I'm going to object. First of all, he says in his opinion, which he's not an expert witness. And second, he's now going into hearsay.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Wiggum, Her Honor, you may continue.
Well regarded, respected, extremely talented, artistic.
Are you familiar, Mr. Wiggum, with the distinction between an independent film and a studio film?
I believe I am.
What, if any, difference is there between an independent film on one hand and a studio film on the other?
So in layman's terms, I'd say that, a studio film is a bigger budgeted film. It has a distributor, a studio in place. So when you think of Disney, Marvel, Universal, these are big companies. They're bigger budgeted and bigger fees. And then independents, like we call them indies, typically are smaller budgeted, more artistically minded, smaller fees, and often don't have distribution when they're made.
Starting in October 2016, what types of opportunities have you pursued on Mr. Depp's behalf?
A wide variety, primarily I would say focused on film, television, and producing.
What, if any, roles did Mr. Depp have in progress as of that time, fall of 2016, going into calendar year 2017?
All right, so we inherited some deals. It was there was two films, as I remember, that were going to go back to back. One was City of Lies, the Notorious B.I.G. film, and the other was Murder on the Orient Express. So those were filmed almost at the same time, and they had pre-existing deals that we serviced. And then he had Fantastic Beasts: Crimes of Grindelwald as well. And then we were in the process. We ended up finishing the 6th film negotiation on Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mr. Wiggum, you mentioned City of Lies. When was that film actually shot?
To the best of my memory, it was shot right, at the very end, mostly the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for City of Lies?
I believe it was $8 million.
And you mentioned Murder on the Orient Express. When was that shot?
So it was shot at almost the same time. I actually can't remember which one went first. They were both shot predominantly, call it January to April of 2017. I remember us having to work out dates, but it was the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Murder on the Orient Express?
If memory serves me, I think it was $10 million.
Was Murder a studio film or an independent, or what you call an indie film?
It was a studio film. It was Fox.
Mr. Wiggum, you also mentioned Fantastic Beasts 2: Crimes of Grindelwald. When was that film shot?
I believe that film was shot in the fall of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Crimes of Grindelwald?
Again, that deal predated us. I think it was $13.5 million, if I remember correctly.
Was Crimes of Grindelwald a studio film or an indie film?
It was studio. It was Warner Brothers.
And backing up a bit, Mr. Wiggum, what was the first business opportunity you were able to secure for Mr. Depp after he came to you and CAA in the fall of 2016?
So I believe it was 2017 was it was busy. We had a slot that summer, and he wanted to do a smaller film, and it was The Professor, I believe.
How much compensation, if any, did he receive for performing in that smaller film, The Professor?
That deal was $3.5 million.
Was The Professor an independent film or was it a studio film?
It was independent.
And Mr. Wiggum, how, if at all, was CAA compensated for closing the deal on The Professor?
So it would have been the normal 10% of the deal. So the deal was $3.5 million. The commission would be $350,000 to the agency.
Mr. Wiggum, was 2017 a typical year for Mr. Depp in terms of the workload for an actor of his caliber and track record?
Objection, leading.
Overruled out loud.
And yes.
What other roles, if any, were you able to secure for Mr. Depp during your tenure at CAA before you went to the new company?
A film called Waiting for the Barbarians and a film called Minamata.
When was Waiting for the Barbarian shot?
So Waiting for the Barbarians was fall of 2018.
Never heard of that movie.
What, if any, plans did you and Mr. Depp have for 2018, calendar year 2018?
We had a very specific plan for that year because 2017 was busy, and he had done 3 studio films, and I remember him wanting to take time off to rest and be with his kids for first half of the year, and then he wanted to go on the music tour, which always just made him really happy. And so that was the summer of 2018. And then we had the slot for the fall of 2018. And that's where we spent a lot of time thinking about what that movie was going to be. And Waiting for the Barbarians was kind of a little gift because it was based on a J.M. Coetzee novel, and Johnny's, very well read and knew the literature, the underlying book, and Mark Rylance was in the film, and it was just like a dream actor that he always wanted to work with.
What was Mr. Depp paid for Waiting for the Barbarians?
$1 million.
And I apologize if you've already said this. So was Waiting for the Barbarians an independent film or a studio film?
It was an independent.
Mr. Wiggum, you also mentioned the film Minamata. When was that film shot?
That was the very beginning of 2019. So I think January start.
Was Minamata an indie film or a studio film?
It was independent.
How much was Mr. Depp ultimately paid for Minamata?
So his fee became, it was $3 million.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in Pirates of the Caribbean 5?
He played Captain Jack Sparrow.
Was he paid an actor's fee for that film?
Technically, it was before my tenure. But yes, I would assume he was.
Mr. Wiggum, would you please explain for the jury what are residual or back-end rights?
I think the easiest way to explain a back end is it's an ownership stake on behalf of the artist in the success of the movie, and typically is only granted to stars of a certain stature.
And in addition to the fee, Mr. Depp, the upfront fee that Mr. Depp was paid for Fantastic Beasts 5, which I know preceded you, what if any understanding do you have of whether Mr. Depp had any back-end rights for Pirates 5?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. He said that deal was at the other agency, and he wasn't.
I'll allow it if he knows it. That's fine. Go ahead.
Her Honor says you may answer the question.
Yeah, so you initially said Fantastic Beasts. I think you meant Pirates 5.
I apologize. I did mean
for
Pirates 5, what, if any, back end did Mr. Depp have for Pirates 5?
I don't know what it was. I know that he had one.
To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp ever have a deal to perform in Pirates 6?
So when we started representing him, I remember Brian Lord and myself finishing a deal that had started at the previous agency.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
Wow.
Hold on a minute.
Wow. That's nuts. So basically, in my personal opinion, this is what I think right now. Obviously, Depp's team is trying to show that money was lost, that he lost all these gigs because of said thing. Now it went black. Why did it go black? Why did it go black? That's weird. Hopefully it goes back to normal, but that's weird. But as you can see, it's almost as if the lawyer is doing everything he can. Depp's team is doing everything they can to go, hey, wait a second. I'm trying to show you guys that's proof positive that there's been no money. That there's been no money had. I don't know why it went dark. Hold on. Let me see if there's another place. That's ridiculous, y'all. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's weird that would hop off like that. But this is showing something else. Hold on.
So that was Disney.
Was Disney the studio involved in all of the Pirates movies?
Yes.
What role was Mr. Depp to play in Pirates 6?
Objection calls for speculation
I'll allow it.
and hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
That's weird.
Was the 22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp by Disney or by some other entity?
Disney.
And when was that 22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp?
It would
That's
be
weird.
paid when he shoots it. We call it principal photography. So when the film shoots.
Who was the producer of the Pirates franchise?
Why did this go out then?
Jerry Bruckheimer.
If you want to eat healthy
Does
and
Mr.
feel your
Bruckheimer work for Disney?
No.
In 2017, to what extent, if any, was Mr. Bruckheimer supportive of Mr.
That's
Depp
so
remaining in the Pirates franchise?
All right then.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Putting aside his role in the Pirates films, did Mr. Depp have any other affiliations with Disney in 2017?
We're gonna try this, but I feel like
Yes.
I don't know how behind it
What were
is.
those affiliations?
He, if I remember, in the spring, he went down to Disneyland and put on the Captain Jack Sparrow outfit and wardrobe and went into the ride. He and Disney had worked out a fun little thing where he was going to take the place of the automated, Captain Jack Sparrow on the Pirates ride, and so he would kind of surprise people as they were going along there. And so I remember he did that, and then in May of 2017, he went to Disney Shanghai to help open the Pirates of the Caribbean ride there.
What, if anything, did those affiliations signify about the status of Mr. Depp's relationship with Disney as of that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp socialize with anyone at Disney in 2017, to the extent you know?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it to the extent he knows.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp socialized with Disney during 2017?
Objection, Your Honor.
I do.
If you could say foundation.
Wow.
How do you know that Mr. Depp socialized with Disney in calendar year 2017?
Even this one is tripping.
Because I was
Come on.
there.
Who,
Hold
will you
on.
please describe for the
I am,
jury what you mean
I'm going back to another one
when you
because
said you were there when Mr. Depp socialized?
because this one's horse trash. Hold on. I got another one over here because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
You mean when you said you were there when Mr. Depp socialized with Disney?
Boom.
We had a dinner in spring of 2017 with myself, Jerry Bruckheimer, Johnny, and Sean Bailey, who was running the film, was president of Disney.
How did the dinner conclude?
Great. I mean, very, very nice. It was a great dinner.
As of early December 2018, so we're now in December of 2018, what, if anything, was your understanding of the status of whether Mr. Depp would actually appear in Pirate 6?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, did there come a time when you saw an op-ed that purportedly written by Amber Hurd that appeared in the Washington Post?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggum, I would like to show you, please, what was entered previously into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Gibson, would you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1? And Your Honor, may we please publish this to the jury as it's been previously? Oh, it is. Thank you. Mr. Wiggum, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe it's the opinionated op-ed in the Washington Post that Ms. Hurd wrote.
Mr. Wiggum, when did you first see Ms. Hurd's op-ed in the Washington Post?
It would have been right contemporaneous to when it came out.
And Tom, if you would please move ahead to, I believe, the second page in Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. and drawing your attention specifically to the third paragraph of the op-ed, Ms. Hurd writes, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. What, if any understanding do you have of that reference?
That it was regarding Johnny and their relationship.
Directing your attention, Tom, if we could just move back up to the first page of Exhibit 1. Directing your attention to the title of the article, quote, Amber Hurd, colon, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. What, if any, understanding do you have of that reference?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant what his understanding is.
I'll allow it.
That was rather shocking, I remember, because it was the first time I'd heard an allegation of sexual abuse.
And against whom was the allegation of sexual abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, directing your attention to the fifth paragraph of Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, Ms. Hurd writes, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. To what does that refer?
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know what it was?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Gibson, if you would please take down Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Wiggum, how, if at all, was Ms. Hurd's op-ed different from other articles about the couple's relationship?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay foundation.
All right.
Other articles?
Mr. Wiggum, had you seen other articles in the course of your duties as Mr. Depp's agent about Amber Hurd and Johnny Depp?
Objection, Your Honor. Still
Yes.
calls for hearsay foundation.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Wow.
How, if at all, was the op-ed different from other articles you had read about the Johnny Depp Amber Hurd relationship?
It was a first-person account coming from the victim. It's extremely impactful.
Impactful in a good or bad way?
With respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was not from someone observing. It was from someone saying this happened to me.
Mr. Wiggum, between December 18, 2018, the date of the op-ed, and October 2020, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Sorry, could you just repeat the dates?
Between December 18th, 2018, which is the date that Ms. Hurd's op-ed appeared,
Right.
and October 2020, to what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Zero. No studio films.
How, if at all,
Bang.
did Ms. Hurd's op-ed impact Mr. Depp's ability to land roles in studio films between December 2018 and October 2020?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay foundation and expert.
I'll sustain that objection. Next. Are you near the end, Mr. Chu? I just want to make sure because
I
it's
am,
coming up on
Your
our morning break. Okay.
I
All right.
I
Go.
have probably 5 minutes.
Okay, that's good. Go ahead.
What effect, if any, did the op-ed have on the release of Minamata, the indie film you mentioned earlier?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay speculation.
He worked on
You want to
the
approach for a moment?
Sure, yes, Your Honor.
Damn. See, the thing is okay, now that the feed is back to being normal for the most part, it's interesting because we are now in the place where they are trying. This is the serious part. This is the part of everything that could show that this op-ed is the reason why this issue is even hitting the fan right now. So the lawyer's doing his damn job, y'all. He's trying to prove that op-ed screwed up his career.
Mr. Wiggum, after the op-ed, but before October 2020, with respect to Minamata?
So the op-ed came out in December, and it was right as we were going on Christmas break, and Minamata was supposed to start in January, and I remember it was very, very difficult to keep Minamata together. The financing became shaky. The budget had to come down. Johnny's fee came down in order to save the movie.
Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 584, and we're not asking to publish it because it does not come in. This is an email chain with the subject line, quote, Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't
I
return.
object to him reading
All right.
even from that to the jury.
Man,
That's fine, Your Honor. We
Okay. move
can.
on.
Mr. Wiggum, do you recognize this email chain?
Yes, now that I'm looking at it.
What is the date of this email chain?
I think it's December 20th.
December 20th of what year, sir?
Sorry, December 20th of 2018.
Mr. Wiggum, directing your attention to the middle email
Yes.
message on Plaintiff's Exhibit 584. Did you receive this message from Christian Carino in or about December 20th, 2018 at 3:26 p.m.?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's a hearsay document. He's asking questions from the hearsay document.
I'll
It's
allow that.
double.
I'll allow that question. We'll see where we go.
Her Honor said you may answer that question.
Yes, I see, I see what he's asking me.
Would you please explain to the jury what the message was about?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
jeez.
Hearsay. He's asking him to essentially say.
One approach for a moment.
We got Eddie Herman in the house. How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
Man, I'm good. We've been watching this this whole thing, go down. It's pretty crazy, this whole trial. And now we got one of Johnny Depp's agents basically on the trial. And of course, the lawyers are trying to show that this op-ed screwed up his finances, screwed up his opportunity to make other movies for other bids, so on and so forth. So what are your thoughts on this so far as we start marching
Well,
towards
I think the damages side of his case will definitely be the easier one to prove. Because clearly we know how society works now. We want to call it cancel culture, maybe whatever you want to call it. The reality of it is, I have no doubt that he'll be able to show that if he can prove the defamation, he can absolutely prove the damages. I mean, he lost a lot of money because he was called the wife beater.
Gotcha.
There's no question there.
No kidding. Let's see.
Just asking whether
They got like 3 more minutes of questions apparently, and then they're going to go into a break. So
Yes.
we'll comment more in here in a
when
second.
did that happen?
Great to have you here, Eddie.
In 2019.
What happened? Go ahead.
Your Honor.
Next question.
What happened in 2019 with respect to Disney, you're learning about Disney's plans, whether to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Objection, hearsay.
What happened?
Yes.
I'll allow what happened. Go ahead.
It became clear they were going in a different direction.
When did you learn that Disney was going in a different direction and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Early 2019.
Who is Margot Robbie?
Wow. Huh?
She's a fantastic actress. She's a client of CAA.
What, if anything, did you learn about the role Margot Robbie would be playing in Pirate 6?
I think that calls for hearsay. Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'll overrule the objection.
I learned that they were developing a Pirates project for her to star in.
After you learned that Disney was going in a different direction in early 2019 and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp, did you To what extent did you reach out to Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Have
It does
mercy.
not, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go.
A lot.
Did you reach out to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey jointly or separately?
Separately.
What, if anything, was the result of your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey?
Objection still calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls for hearsay.
I'm just asking what the result was.
It's still based on his communications with them.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What are you gonna say, Ed?
He should be able to answer that. It explains
After
something.
your outreach to Mr. Bailey and, or strike that, was your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey successful?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it.
Of course.
No.
I mean, let me say this. Juries don't like that.
Successful one.
Obviously, we don't like it. The general public is hating this.
When was the last time you discussed Mr. Depp's role in Pirate 6 with Jerry Bruckheimer, Sean Bailey, or anyone else at Disney?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. And here's
That's not an objection. Sit the F down. It's a when question, honey.
In addition to Pirate 6, did Mr. Depp lose other films between December 2018 and October 2020 because of Ms. Hurd's op-ed?
objection.
Objection
sustain the
again. Wow.
Well, that's an objection. That one's fair.
That's fair? Okay.
Yes, because that's calling for him to reach the conclusion that
In addition,
basically is invading the province of the jury. It's up to them to
did
decide
Mr.
if he
Depp
actually
lose
lost
any
those
other
projects
films
because of these
between
comments.
2018
Gotcha.
and October 20?
Objection, Your Honor. First of all, I don't think he testified that he lost Pirate 6. Second of all, it's a
She's
leading-
now contradicting the witness's testimony,
no,
which is
no,
Just trying to ask the
inappropriate.
question
Both of you.
the other
Both
way.
of you. Overruled. Let's go. Next. Go ahead. Answer the question.
Unbelievable.
Yes. You know, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have been focused on in that time period.
Mr. Wiggum, to what extent did COVID, or strike that, to what extent, if any, did COVID impact Mr. Depp's opportunities prior to October 2020?
I think it had an effect on Johnny, like other actors to some degree. But we were still doing business, especially on behalf of, bigger stars that greenlit films. And so what was happening was we would close deals or, put together a movie and then just set the start date for whenever people could get together and actually shoot the movie.
Mr. Wiggum, in your many interactions with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen him angry?
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading.
I'll
leading.
sustain as to leading.
In your many interactions, thank you, Your Honor. In your many interactions with Mr. Depp, to what extent, if any, have you ever seen him lose his temper?
I never have, actually.
To what extent, if any, has Mr. Depp ever raised his voice in your presence?
No, he never has.
Mr. Wiggum, to what extent have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in any violence?
Never.
Mr. Wiggum, other than Ms. Hurd, are you aware of any other woman who has ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
Objection, leading foundation.
Is that fair?
It's a fair question. Let's see what the judge says, though.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Wiggum.
All right.
I will
That's
pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, we'll do cross-examination in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a 15-minute morning recess. Okay, sir? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Okay. Welcome to the chaos, which is
Mr.
Johnny
Wiggum, what
Depp.
I'll do is put you in the lobby and then you won't see anything. In about 15 minutes, I'll bring you back, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
some wild ish, y'all. Okay, Eddie, we got Eddie Herman of Brown and Crouppen. Also, he has his show Ed Versus. Please go check it out on BCTV on YouTube. He's got some really great content. And 3 lawyers eating sandwiches as well. You guys have got to go check it out. This guy's he's just a dope ass dude. And he happens to be a lawyer too. So please welcome my brother Eddie Herman to the show. I really appreciate you coming in and talking to us about this whole thing. As we already know, we are now they now have panned it up to the, to the emblem. So we are now in the middle of a 15-minute break. So during this time, I figured it would be great to have you on to talk about this and talk about this trial, what you've heard so far, what you've seen so far. Now, one question I'd love to have you explain real quick, because somebody asked in the comments, what does hearsay mean? Because one of the things that Hurd's attorney was doing a lot of was obviously throwing out objection, hearsay, so on and so forth. Can you just I know that's kind of
absolutely no. It's not that hard to understand. It's whenever a person is testifying about something that they heard somebody else say, and the idea behind the objection is, well, unless we have that person here so that we can cross-examine the person who supposedly said something, we're not going to let you testify as to what you heard. Now, that said, there is a laundry list of exceptions when it comes to hearsay. Things that are either not considered hearsay at all, or things that are considered just exceptions to hearsay. So, for example, I don't want to get too complicated, but the most common one is what we would call a party opponent admission. And that would not be considered hearsay. So, for example, if Johnny Depp was on there and he was talking about something that Amber Heard said to him, there won't be any hearsay objections to that. And you might say, well, wait a second, he's talking about things that he heard, but she's the party opponent. So he can talk about things that she said, and she's going to be able to talk about things that he said. And the rationale behind why that's allowed is that you're a party to the case. So, there's going to be an opportunity for you to be deposed, to be cross-examined on the stand, and then they can get to, the veracity of it, the truth of the matter. So it's considered fair. What they're trying to avoid is a situation, an unfair one. What if somebody went up on the stand and said, oh, yeah, I heard that Johnny had hit 3 other women in the past. That's what I heard. Well, hold on a second. If we don't have access to these women, if we don't get to cross-examine those women, are we really going to let somebody just come out and make that statement? No, we're not going to. So that's sort of the rationale as to why we don't like hearsay. What we like is we like witness to testify to the things that they saw with their own eyes and the things that they said. Like, that's appropriate testimony for a witness. Anything beyond that is where you start getting into objections. Now, I talked about other exceptions to hearsay. Sometimes what you'll hear is, I'm not offering this evidence to show that it's true. I'm offering it to explain why they did what they did upon hearing this. And I think that had his lawyer invoked that, he would have been able to get a lot of those objections overruled. Because the reality of it is, if the studio heard that Johnny Depp had hit 3 women, whether it was true or not, and they said, you know what, there's just a lot of heat around Johnny right now. I'm hearing a lot of things. Let's just back out of this deal that we were about to do with them. All of a sudden, that's not hearsay anymore. Now that is evidence explaining why the studio chose to cancel a deal. And the studio could testify to that. They could say, listen, I don't know if these things were true or not true. All I know is I'm not going to put $150 million into the budget of a movie on the chance that this stuff is true. So, if he had made a different explanation for his questioning, he probably could have gotten those objections overruled, and we could have maybe heard some answers to those questions. The explanation of why you had subsequent conduct is a great exception to hearsay.
Gotcha. Okay, because we're hearing Amber Heard's lawyer, standing up and saying objection a whole bunch, and I know you were saying it right during the cross examination. Why would you say? Because you were saying the jury will not like that,
They
the
don't.
constant objection. So go ahead.
The jury won't listen. They're just like you and me. For one, it feels like it's slowing down action. For two, it feels like they're trying to hide something because they won't let the person answer anything. And for three, some of these questions sound juicy. And as a human being, I want to hear the answer. So as an attorney, there are different schools of thought on this. My school of thought, and I think the prevailing school of thought, is don't object unless you know for a fact the answer is something that's going to hurt you. Form of the question, objection that something is leading when all the other side has to do is rephrase it and throw in the phrase, if any. You don't need to be making every one of those objections. We get it. And
Right.
You saw that happen a few times there. Objection leading. So then the guy rephrased it and said, okay, what, if any, things have you ever heard him get angry about? When, if ever, have you ever heard him raise his voice? So, those are form of the questions. I wouldn't be objecting to any of that stuff. Not in a 6-week trial. Not when you're asking these people to give up their life, their families, to hear your matter. I think the jury will penalize you for wasting their time. I honestly believe that. I think that most lawyers will tell you that. Choose your objections wisely. Now, there is a camp of thought that says, you know what? Object to everything under the sun because it throws the other side off their rhythm. It shortens their questions. Maybe they give up lines of questions that they were going to pursue. Maybe some people on the jury think, my God, well, that lawyer's terrible. Every question he asks is objectionable. But I couldn't disagree more with that. Don't waste people's time. If you're respectful of the jury's time, they will be more favorable to you. I think that's just a fact.
Fascinating. It's interesting, that could just be an approach, like you were just saying a second ago, that this lawyer in particular is just trying to throw off Johnny Depp's team.
Yeah.
His rhythm, his what the questions he has spitballing out and all that. And of course, obviously, we are seeing proof positive that he is working towards, or at least Depp's team is working towards, trying to show that, hey, this op-ed did really screw up his bag, did really screw up other opportunities, more other bids for other movies, so on and so forth. And as soon as he starts walking down that trail, objections come out left and right.
I don't think it's a wise move for her. Understand this. And we talked about this when I was on your show last Saturday.
Right.
In a defamation trial, you have the two sides. First, you got to prove that what they said was a lie. And then you have to prove that you had financial damages because of the lie. Now, in this particular case, I think it's not, the first half may be a challenge because it's a he said, she said. And, obviously, by all accounts, their marriage was abusive on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's going to be the hard part to show is to show that what she said was an outright lie. The easy part for the Johnny Depp team is showing damages. We are living in a world where if Roseanne Barr can lose her show over a tweet that was just, it wasn't defamation, it wasn't funny, it wasn't appropriate, but it wasn't illegal. Right. And look at the damages she suffered just from the tweet. It is not going to be a stretch for the jury to recognize that an op-ed that calls him a wife beater, basically, is obviously going to hurt his career. And a guy like Johnny Depp, who is accustomed to making crazy amounts of money for movies, particularly the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, I'm sure he gets a profits interest in those. Just one of those movies alone probably puts $50 million in his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So this part of the case is going to be very easy for the Depp team to prove. I don't think the jury is going to have any problem believing that he lost out on opportunities because he was called a wife beater in a newspaper. So I don't know why she is
Objecting?
working so hard on this. Listen, her best defense is convincing this jury, and I think that the Depp team helped in this regard, is listen, this was a horrible marriage that became extremely abusive on both sides, emotionally and physically.
Mm-hmm.
And once you see that it's that bad on both sides, she did not have a responsibility in her op-ed to present both sides of the story. Op-eds rarely do. Op-eds are an opportunity for you to provide an editorial on your side of the story, your opinion. So I don't know. I know everybody, listen, all the sympathies so far in this case have been toward Johnny Depp, which is why Amber fired her PR team. She can read the tea leaves. She sees that she's coming out of this thing looking like a disaster.
Yeah.
And so she fired a PR team for good reason. But I still think her best defense is going to be, listen, our marriage was a disaster. We both hit each other. What I said in the op-ed was true. He absolutely hit me. I'm sorry if it's caused him any problems in his career, but he should have thought about that before he raised his hand. That's her best defense.
It is her. I mean, that is her best defense, right? At least on the side of this, on her side, right?
Right, on the legal side, just
right.
A strict interpretation of the law.
Yes. But as far as everything else, though, as far as on his side, this is the right approach, correct? That they are showing, because this is the whole reason why he's suing her for $50 million is because, hey, you wrote this op-ed, and as soon as this op-ed came out, was published, and for the whole world to see, the next thing you know, I lose all money, all opportunities in movies, so on and so forth. Pirates of the Caribbean 6 doesn't come out. So all these things. So the lawyers on his team, Team Depp, are taking it in stride, right? They're taking it.
Listen, they've already won. Right? They've already won. It doesn't matter at this point what the jury does. Johnny Depp, because let me tell you, if he wants his career back, if he wants a chance to make more movies and make a lot of money, then he's already won, because he has already won in the court of public opinion.
Yes.
Which means that a studio is not going to be hesitant, I don't believe at this point, to give him a shot, to let him act, knowing that the public isn't going to not show up because they think Johnny Depp is a wife beater. The public is going to remember this whole trial, and they're going to say to themselves, you know what? He went through a terrible marriage, a mutually abusive situation, and thank God now he's back to working, and I'm going to go enjoy his movie like I always have. He won back the public. She knows he did. That's why she fired her PR team. And now, truthfully, she better work her tail off to try to win back the public for her, because she may not work again after this. But he's going to work again just fine after this. So no matter what the jury says, or it doesn't matter. He's already won.
Even if he
will hire him again after this.
Right. Even if he has to spend, even if the jury still finds in favor of Amber Heard, even if he has to spend $100 million, no matter what, it's like,
he's not going to spend he's not going to spend $100 million. She's not going to win on her claim either. I mean, if he doesn't win on his claim, she doesn't win on her claim. I mean, there's no way she's going to win on her claim.
So how do you think this is going to pan out? How do you think this is going to, if it's not going to be in favor of Johnny Depp, how's it?
Well, because remember, hers is a counterclaim. So it's very possible that the jury says, you know what? We can't say that he did hit her, so we can't find in his favor, but we're also not going to find in her favor, because now that we know all the facts, she was as responsible for what happened to this as he was, maybe more so. I mean, she is the one that kind of put this in motion by putting it out and airing her, private dirty laundry to the public. So it's not an either or. It could be that the jury doesn't award either of them anything. The reality of it is, you tell me what you think, but after hearing everything you've heard of this trial, and you say to me, which of these two people still has a chance of getting their career back, I think that only Johnny Depp at this point has an opportunity to get his career back. I
Right.
don't think with what's come out, she's a dime a dozen. She's a dime a dozen in Hollywood. She just is. She's not special. Johnny Depp has a career behind him, 30 years of acting with success after success after success, Oscar nominations. He's going to, now that his reputation will be cleared from this, and I do believe his reputation has already been cleared in the eyes of the public. He has gotten more sympathy in this process, and he's going to be fine. So he's already the winner. What happens the rest of the way, I don't think. The best she can do for herself is try to salvage a career for herself. I think he has salvaged his. I think hers is shot.
Interesting. Now, I do agree with what you're saying. It's not like this is Meryl Streep versus Johnny Depp. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Someone who is just as iconic is someone who is just
having a supporting role in Aquaman doesn't make her a superstar. You want to know who the superstar of Aquaman is? I think we all know it's Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
Just because you're in his movie doesn't mean you are his movie.
Exactly. Now, of course, we got to talk about this though too. You mentioned it. I've already did a show about it yesterday, and I talked about it earlier before we went into this trial. But this PR firing of her PR team. Why? Isn't it too little, too late anyway? So why fire the PR team that's willing to stand by you while you are getting publicly?
Well, wait a second. They're standing by her. They're like 2 blocks of concrete on her ankles in the ocean. Is that? I mean, that's like, they clearly are failing. And the whole reason you have a PR team is so that people don't think poorly of you. That whatever lens that the public is seeing things through, they're seeing it where you're in a positive light. I mean, that's what your public relations team is for, is to keep you in a positive light. And everything that's happened so far has painted her to be almost, and I hate to say this because I don't think anybody deserves to be the victim of physical violence, but you see how the public is. It's almost to the point where you have women out there, saying, this is not a good woman and she had it coming. I mean, I'm hearing this from women. If you've got women out there abandoning her and saying whatever he did to her after what she did to him, she deserved it. I mean, this whole thing about going to the bathroom on his side of the bed, I cannot believe the attraction that has gotten all over the internet and largely for women. So if your PR team can't even keep you looking positive in the eyes of women in the middle, albeit perhaps the tail end and maybe even the pendulum swinging backwards of the Me Too movement, then your PR team has to be fired. Remember, if she keeps them on staff, that means every day she keeps paying them. Why on earth would she keep wanting to pay people who have done nothing to prevent her from sinking?
You know what? That's a very good point there. That's absolutely a very, very good point. And I don't blame her. I just think that it's bad optics for what she's dealing with right now, for the trial, for at least in the court of public opinion, right?
You know what? It is bad optics, but you know what? At this point, the best she can hope for is a new PR team that maybe has a strategy for turning this around. Right now, that's the best she can hope for, because she is sinking and her old PR team was concrete shoes. So at least she can take off the concrete shoes and hope that the new team can throw her a lifeline. And we've seen politicians change their entire campaign team in the middle of a campaign. And everybody says it's a sign of desperation. But you know what? Sometimes it works.
Interesting. Well, Eddie Herman, I appreciate you coming on and chopping it up. Can you tell us tell everybody where they can find you as the jury starts to walk back in?
Listen, obviously people can find our firm on Facebook, Brown & Crouppen. They can find me, the Godfather of Law, also on Facebook. You go to bctv.com. You can watch our entertainment videos. And we're on all the other channels, obviously, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We're everywhere.
Excellent, man. I appreciate you coming on and talking with us. Of course, now it's Team Hurd's time to cross-examine this agent. So let's see what they got to say now. Let's see how many objections come out of their ass. Let's see.
1, 2, 3,
Out of team
4, 5.
Yeah.
Team
yeah.
Depp's team.
There
There we go.
Okay, thank you,
Ass.
sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
But in fact, Mr. Wiggum, it's not true that Mr. Depp ever had a contract with Disney for Pirates 6. Isn't that correct?
Can you explain that question or that position?
Have you ever seen a contract that provides for Mr. Depp to play Pirates 6?
To the best of my knowledge, my memory, myself and my partner closed an optional picture deal for the amount of money of what that picture would be for Johnny.
And you would make sure to have that in writing, wouldn't you?
You know, that would normally go through legal counsel in terms of the codification of it.
Do you have any explanation for why there exists nothing, no piece of paper, nothing suggesting that Mr. Depp ever had a deal with Disney for Pirates 6?
Objection, lack of foundation, compound.
Oh, I'll allow it.
So I often close, when I was an agent, we would work on many deals where I actually wouldn't see contracts. They were verbal in nature. And then, you know, especially on optional pictures, just so there was an understanding of what the money would be.
So do you have an explanation why there is not even a piece of paper, not an email, not a text, not a document, nothing that suggests that Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirates 6 as Jack Sparrow?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
So overruled. I'll allow it.
I mean, if you're asking me my opinion, it wouldn't necessarily be alarming because that would be a conversation usually to understand. Disney's going to want to know, are we on the same page about what the money's going to be? And most of that conversation, if I remember correctly, was also with one of Johnny's lawyers at the time.
Okay, and so you had, so Johnny's lawyer was discussing this, but there's no document. Do you have an explanation for that?
You may know better than me if there is a document, but that was Jake Bloom, you know, at the time, I believe, if memory serves me correct.
All right. But would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirates 6?
It would be fair to say that it was consistent with a lot of the conversations that I would have on behalf of big stars, where it was verbal and there was an understanding of what the deal was going to be.
Mr. Wiggum, if you could please answer my question.
You did.
Objection, harassment. He did answer the question.
I thought that was an
I'll allow it. You
answer.
want to ask your question? Go ahead.
Thank you.
How was that? Okay.
Judy,
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Judy, can you read that back? Thank you.
She doesn't even know her question.
She's shooting from the hip right now.
All right.
Now, these are terrible questions, by the way.
We have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirates 6.
Good morning, Spin Cycle.
It would be fair to say that I have not seen a document on Pirates. Now, just so you know,
Mr. Wiggum, I don't need you to give me extra. I just want you to answer mine. I just want to know, have you ever seen a document that says Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirates 6?
I only to fully answer the question though, I think there's some context.
That's an easy yes or no. Have you seen a document?
Just say no.
Technically,
Yes.
His lawyer will be able to redirect him,
Pirates films,
and he can explain this.
a new document. So I have not seen 22.5 million written on a page. You're correct about that.
Okay. Now, you in fact had discussions back in 2016 and 2017 with Mr. Bailey, Sean Bailey. You talked about him a little bit ago, right?
Yeah.
And you also had discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer in 2016 and 2017, correct?
Yes.
About Mr. Depp potentially being in Pirate 6, correct? And then you had discussions in 2018 with Mr. Bailey, and he was quite non-committal about whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirate 6, correct?
Objection, hearsay?
That's fine.
All right.
Okay, given that he was able to,
I'll sustain as to hearsay. It is hearsay.
Okay.
All right.
so you determined, Mr. Wiggum, that by the fall of 2018, it was very likely that Mr. Depp was not going to be in Pirate 6. Is that correct?
It's a two-pronged answer from my perspective, because there was really two individuals involved in that decision. I would say Jerry Bruckheimer and Sean Bailey. Jerry Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018 really wanted Johnny in that next film, and Sean was non-committal, as you said.
And Mr. Bruckheimer made it clear to you that Mr. Bailey was the one who gets to decide because he's Disney, right?
Ultimately, and he also wanted to be the tip of the spear to really try to convince Sean.
Okay, now, do you recall?
Thank you.
Interesting.
Do you recall having your deposition taken on January 20, 2021? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
She's going to try to set him up now for an impeachment.
thank you.
Inconsistent.
I'm going to
statements
ask you
made
to
as
turn
well
to
as what he
page
just said.
44. And Mr. Wiggum, you were under oath at the time of this deposition, correct? Correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Line 10. This is page 44, line 10. The question, do you recall approximately when in 2018 you inferred from your discussion with Mr. Bailey that the likelihood of Mr. Depp being in Pirate 6 was not high or was going away? And your answer at that time was, if memory serves me, the latter part of 2018, maybe. Question, when you say latter, is that any time from August to December, or what are you thinking? Answer, I would say fall, maybe, October, November, December, in that area. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath at that time?
I do, now that I see it, yes.
Okay. And in fact, there were quite a few things going on earlier in 2018 that might have had a bit of an impact on Mr. Depp's reputation. Would you agree?
It might help if you
Refresh
I'm
your
not-
recollection? Sure. But, and before I go there though, I think you said that the reason it was so catastrophic for Mr. Depp for the op-ed was because it was a first person account of Johnny, right? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't it a first person account when Ms. Hurd filed for the TRO in 2016?
So that would have predated any relationship I had to Johnny. So I had no knowledge of that.
Okay. So you don't know whether it was catastrophic then?
If you're asking me my opinion on something I don't know, I can form an opinion right now. It's a court document and probably a little different than an op-ed in the Washington Post. But I would agree it's not now that I'm forming an opinion, that it's not a great headline for sure.
When you read the op-ed, did you read it online or did you read it in the actual Post paper?
I don't remember.
Well, let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. Does this refresh your recollection?
There must have been some bad taste in coffee there. You see the look on his face.
Right.
Take it, give him a fresh cup.
Can
Fresh
we're
cup
going
of
to try
whiskey.
to scroll in a little bit more.
Fresh cup of Irish whiskey.
again, just if you can help me. Is that the paper? Is that
Yes.
the article?
Yes, that's the Washington Post.
So, what's the question? Sorry.
Does this help refresh your recollection of whether you saw it in print or whether you saw it online?
It does not, but I'll tell you that I did not typically pick up the Washington Post,
Okay, and so while we're sitting, if you can, just for a second, you're saying that then 2 years ago, I became, oops, I better not do that. Let's clear that one. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That's this first person from Ms. Hurd that's catastrophic for Mr. Depp. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that it reads like a victim statement from someone involved and the recipient, and it became a bit of a death nail catastrophic thing for Mr. Depp in the Hollywood community.
All right, well, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 99. Now, there was, in fact, an article published in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten, the editor-in-chief, on April 27, 2018. Do you recall that?
Now that I'm looking at it.
Does that refreshes your recollection? And in fact,
Yes.
this article calls Mr. Depp a wife beater, does it not?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll allow it for them.
You know what? I can't see the print even with these glasses, but
All right. Well,
I'll take your word for it.
Well, the title here is How Can J.K. Rowling Be Genuinely Happy Casting Wife Beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?
Objection,
Do you see
hearsay,
that?
Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of this exhibit. I think at this point, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but it's going to offer, he's testified to comparisons of other articles. He's testifying to the impact of the op-ed. I think it's, in fairness, we should be able to put this in and be able to make the comparisons.
It's clearly hearsay, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
I'll sustain the
It's
objection.
not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection.
Unfairly prejudiced.
Well, let's go to
You see what happened there, Pascal? Just what I
the
was
third
talking about.
page.
She knew it was
The fourth
hearsay,
page,
so
so
she
it
attacked
has-
an exception by saying it wasn't being
I'm
offered
sorry,
for the truth of the matter.
So it says paragraph 7.
But
She's
she
trying to-
still wouldn't allow it in because you can't, and I see what she's
So
trying
do
to
you
do.
recall that it says in here,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
She's just trying to
Reproach.
backdoor your ruling.
She's trying to finesse. She's trying to finesse this, huh?
She
Wait.
is, well, because what she's trying to say is, hey, look, Amber Heard wasn't the first person to call this guy a wife beater. So if being called a wife beater was going to hurt his career, well, who's to say it was the op-ed when if it appeared in this other thing years earlier? But it's a hell of a difference when there are rumors that there's shit going on versus the actual supposed victim is coming out, writing the op-ed herself and putting it out there. Nobody's talking about whatever this other article was. Everyone's talking about the op-ed.
Right. But the op-ed, okay, so that article, she's trying to make it seem like that's happened before the op-ed, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, she's basically saying that there were, she's also saying that the application for the temporary restraining order, should have been something that people could have pointed to that could have also damaged his prospects of getting a job.
Mr. Wiggum,
And not necessarily the op-ed.
the article also had pictures, did it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether it had a picture of Ms. Hurd?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Do you
I don't recall.
Can we go to the 8th page? I'm showing you the picture right now. Does that refresh your recollection?
Your Honor, hearsay, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it.
It doesn't speak to my impression of when I read it or how I read it, but I see the photo. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and in fact, it shows bruises on it, doesn't it? On Ms. Hurd's face?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
That would be what I see, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and against Dan Wooten for this article, correct?
I believe so.
June 13, 2018. Let's pull up 1599, defendants 1599. Does this refresh your recollection?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Just for refreshing recollection, I'll allow.
Just so I understand the question, you're asking, does it refresh a memory that Johnny filed against the Sun?
Yes, and Dan Wooten on June 13, 2018.
Sure.
Okay.
Now that I'm looking at it, yeah.
All right. And he did so in the UK, in the High Court of Justice, correct?
I believe so. You would know better than I.
Okay. And if we can just turn to page 9. And do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that that article had caused him serious harm to his personal and professional reputation?
Objection, hearsay, calls for speculation.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
No, I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at paragraph 11. And let me see if I
I
can
need
get
new glasses.
Okay.
I can barely.
I'm gonna-
I wish, Your Honor, is there a way to even make that screen bigger on mine? I wish I had better glasses and more technologically savvy.
They can make it a little bigger, but I think that's about as far as it can go.
I'm going to try to highlight it here so that that might help you a little bit. Let me switch the color. But so do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that the article in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten had caused serious harm to the claimant's personal and professional reputation?
If you're asking me, I don't recall it. I was not involved in that case at all. I'm able to read what's in front of me.
But you don't recall it, and you don't recall if that had any impact on Disney in 2018.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Do you recall that Mr. Depp also alleged that he was caused significant distress and embarrassment by the publication of that article?
No, that I don't recall that.
Okay.
I say that because I just was not involved in that case.
All right.
My memory of that was it was a tabloid, and the lawyers were hanged.
All right. Michelle, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, there was a trial in the UK, was there not, on Mr. Depp's claims of libel against Dan Wooten and the Sun?
I believe so.
And it was in July of 2020, was it not?
I don't remember the date, actually.
All right. And it lasted 3 weeks? Do you recall that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Do you recall there being an enormous amount of publicity surrounding that trial?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
He said he
I'll-
did. Thank you.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wiggum, you said you did recall that?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow it.
I remember there being press around it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, do you recall that Mr. Depp gave testimony for 4 days?
Not specifically. I don't.
Do you recall that Ms. Hurd gave testimony for 4 days?
I don't recall any specific memory of who testified for how long or any details within the case.
Do you recall there being many, many witnesses testifying at that case, on that case?
I think I'd revert to my answer just now.
Okay. And the press that surrounded that case, do you recall it being focusing on things like Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Same answer.
Do you recall there being the video, the kitchen video being shown repeatedly?
Objection. Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay. What are your thoughts on this so far?
You know, I think what she is trying to show is that there was enough other publicity out about this other than the op-ed that might have led to the exact same damages as the existence of the op-ed. It's not a terrible strategy on the defense side. I think basically what they're trying to do is basically saying there was already enough out there, whether she had ever written this or not, he was going to be suffering the exact same damages.
Interesting. Sorry, it just looks like it just froze.
I think my last question was, do you recall there being a lot of publicity surrounding Mr. Depp's alcohol and drug use?
And that these are other things that might have also hurt his
All right, that's right. I was on the video.
reasons why studios may not want to be
Do
working
you
with.
recall there being the
Let's see if I can fix this really quick, because it like froze for some weird reason on Johnny Depp's face.
Yeah.
It's frozen. Let me see if I can find it someplace else. All right, let's do this.
Recall anything that was going on within the case. I was always consumed with next film and TV opportunities, and that was being handled by the lawyers.
Do
That's my memory.
you recall, I just have a couple more to ask you on this. Do you recall there being allegations of at least 14 incidents of domestic violence against Ms. Hurd in that trial?
I do not, with specificity. Same answer.
Now, could we bring up exhibit number 1 again, plaintiffs?
That's so strange. It's frozen on the other stream that we were watching. Is frozen, still frozen on Johnny Depp's face.
Well,
Now,
yeah.
Mr. Wiggum, do you know who wrote Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath? This has to change.
You're talking about the title?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that I would have assumed it was Miss Hurd.
You assume, but you don't know, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And were you aware that there were also 3 pleaded incidents of sexual violence in the UK trial against Ms. Hurd by Mr. Depp?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your testimony is, you can take that down now, thank you. Your testimony is that since some point in 2020, Mr. Depp has not had any more movie opportunities. Is that correct?
Sorry, repeat the date.
When is the last time Mr. Depp had a movie opportunity?
The last film that he shot was Minamata, to the best of my memory.
All right. And in fact, do you know whether the article that was in the UK, the ensuing lawsuit that was brought by Mr. Depp, and the ensuing trial and all the publicity, do you know whether that had any impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know whether the collection of all of those items I just listed had an impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Remind me of the dates that you're asking about.
So the answer, I take it, is no, you don't know, correct?
I'm just trying to make sure I give you a correct answer so I understand the question. You referenced after 2020.
Okay,
Is that what you're saying?
the article was April of 2018. The lawsuit was June of 2018. The trial was July of 2020. What opportunities has Mr. Depp had since July 2020?
Since July 2020,
Goose egg, right?
he has not done a film.
There you go.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right,
Goose
redirect.
egg.
I don't know how that helps her, but
No, I was going to say, how do you end on that? How do you end with that question when it's not even, that's in favor
Good
of John?
afternoon again, Mr. Wiggum. Do you recall Ms. Bredehoft asked you
Hamburger.
questions about whether you ever actually saw a document?
yeah. See, this is what I was telling you. Now is the chance to get
$1 million deal.
an
from Mr.
explanation as to how that
Depp.
actually
Recall that?
operates.
I do.
And do you recall when you were trying to answer her question, you said you needed a little more context? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And would you please now provide the jury that context so they can have a fuller understanding of what your testimony is?
So often on a franchise movie, when you're dealing with big stars and you're talking about future optional pictures, you engage at the high level, meaning the president or the top of the studio, to get an understanding of what that deal is going to be. They then get papered, typically, when I say papered, amended, because it's based on the same contract usually that's been in existence. And it would get, sometimes we don't see paperwork or get paperwork until the film is happening.
And Mr. Wiggum, on a similar line, Ms. Bredehoft asked you some questions about whether after this deal was done, it was starting to trend badly with respect to Disney and not so, and still well with respect to Mr. Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
When was it that Disney made the final decision as to whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirate 6?
I'll sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, it may have been trending badly as of that time, but Disney had not gone in the other direction, correct?
No.
So the
Overruled,
email you
I'll
showed me earlier,
You may continue.
the email you showed me earlier was 2 days after the op-ed, and I was saying that Disney had never said that Johnny would not be in the film as of that date.
Overruled.
And my testimony is the exact same as the deposition, which is it was trending badly in the late fall on behalf of Disney, but Jerry Bruckheimer and I were lobbying to make it happen. And so we had hope, and it became clear to me in early 2019 that it was over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiggum. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, since you're subject to recall, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and you cannot watch any of the trial. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, but you're free for today. Thank you.
Wow.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No big shock. Listen,
All right, your
first
next
of all,
witness.
I wish that I had been that witness, and then I have to get going to a meeting. But if I had been the witness, I would have said, listen, there's a lot of posturing that goes on with the studios. Disney, of course, they want him back, but they don't want to pay through the nose for him. But ultimately, this is Jerry Bruckheimer's franchise, and the franchise is Johnny Depp. And it's hard to believe that ultimately Disney would not have wanted Johnny Depp to be in the next Pirates movie. It's his franchise.
Mhm.
We all know what happens to franchises when you lose your franchise player. They take a hit. a hit that usually these companies don't want to take when they're putting that kind of money into the production. I mean, let me ask you, Pascal, you're a smart guy. You feel comfortable putting out Pirates #6, knowing it's going to cost you probably $225 million to produce that movie? You feel comfortable saying to the public, hey, we got a new Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Oh, by the way, there's no Johnny Depp in it. Come anyway.
Hell no. Nobody going to go see that. No
Hell
one's
no.
going to see that. They're going to be like, wait, he's the movie.
He's the movie.
Why we're going to go watch the movie.
And I think that this guy could have said Disney was likely posturing. There's no way they didn't want Johnny in it. And it didn't have to be in writing. We all know that he's been in the first 5. We don't, what do you get? They're not going to prepare a written contract and stick it in front of him and say, here, sign on for the 6th one. You know, there are meetings, there are discussions, there are little, you know, oh yeah, I could see doing a 6. Tell me what story you have in mind. What kind of back end are we looking at? What's the point of writing it up until you've kind of come to an agreement on what the terms are going to be? You talk through the terms.
Good afternoon,
you give it
Mr.
to the lawyers, and then the
Good
lawyers write it up.
Would you please state your full name for the
Anyway,
record?
I need to get going to prior commitment. So
Thank you.
happy to come back anytime.
Yes, love to have you back on tomorrow if
Tell us a little
possible.
bit about
So
your
I'll talk to you
education.
soon. All right, man. Thank you, brother.
I'm a product of the public school system in Los Angeles, and I went to UCLA undergraduate, and I'm a graduate of the UCLA School of Law.
Another
When did you
lawyer.
graduate from UCLA School of Law?
I graduated in 1973, and I've been an officer of the courts since then, almost 50 years.
Where do you work?
Wow.
I work at my own law firm, Richard Marks and Associates.
What is Richard Marks and Associates?
It is a transactional entertainment law firm, and we represent individuals, writers, directors, actors, books, but authors. But mainly we represent producers who are developing a product, if you will, to be produced and then exploited on television, features, streaming, things like that.
When you say a transactional law firm, what do you mean by that?
What I do is make deals.
He makes the money.
Transactions. I'm a deal guy.
He the bag man.
My whole practice, all these decades, has been about getting to yes. How do you make a deal? And then how do you get it documented so people sign it and then are able, it's clear enough that it can be administered and people can know what to do after you've made the deal.
Specifically, what types of clients do you work with?
Well, as I said, I work with all kinds of clients, but my bigger clients and the bulk of my practice is representing producers who produce, they develop and they produce content for exploitation.
Are there any particular clients that you can identify?
Yeah, I've been working for a long time with ITV, which is a huge British company with worldwide reach in entertainment. They produce The Voice, Love Island, and right now I've done all the development legal work on a miniseries that's about to shoot in France and England, starring Michael Douglas as Benjamin Franklin. It's based on a novel that we optioned. I helped them option years ago. Then scripts were written for the 8 hours. Then Michael Douglas was engaged. The director was engaged. And I do all those contracts. And that's ITV. Another one of my big clients is Village Roadshow. They're an Australian company. They partner with Warner Brothers and they produce movies like Matrix, Aquaman, Scooby-Doo. Right now, I am working on a television series for them, doing the legal production, and before that it was development, but the production legal work on a reboot of the old College Bowl show, where 2 colleges come together with teams and answer questions, and here they're going to win scholarships. And the hosts are Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. So that's currently what I'm working on for Village Roadshow.
Any other clients?
And I would say my third big client is a company called Media Rights, MRC. And they produce movies and TV shows. Recently, I've done a lot of work for them. They are finishing up a mini series that I'm doing the legal work on for Apple, starring Billy Crudup. We just finished a mini series for them called Terminal List with Chris Pratt. That's for Amazon. And we recently finished a mini series doing legal deal making for MRC on a show called The Shrink Next Door, which is aired. It starred Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd. And then I can't leave out my longest client, which is the producers of Bosch for Amazon. It's got to be 9-10 years ago when we went into Amazon. They had never produced a series, and we negotiated a deal for Michael Conley's book series. And we cast Titus Welliver as Bosch. They wouldn't order a series. They would only order a pilot. And now, in the next few days, what I call the 8th season, but which is the first season of the spinoff, will be available on IMDb TV instead of on Amazon. But Amazon owns IMDb TV. And we're right now writing the 9th season. So I've had this long run with this one particular series.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of deals that you work on for these clients?
Facts, Jonathan.
Well, when you think of a series or a motion picture, and you see the credits, there's hundreds of credits there. And every one of those people, you have to make a deal with them, and you have to paper it so that they sign it. And you know what to pay them, and what is there a guild involved, a union? What are their services? And what I do is all of that, soup to nuts, many times. Sometimes I work with in-house counsel or other attorneys, and we split up the work. But basically, you want to produce a movie or a show. You might option a book. I do that deal. You might hire a writer. Then you might get a director, then a line producer, a UPM, first AD. Then you start hiring your cast. Then you start making location deals. Then you start renting equipment and props and getting releases for photos you might show or for people who might end up on camera.
He does a lot.
And then when you're done shooting, you're making deals for merchandising and deals with distributors. And in the old days, might have been for a DVD or for merchandising, a doll. And so it's really what I do is make deals. And all deals, I've been doing it for almost 50 years, but they're all the same. They have elements of time, money, credit, rights, and perks. And I have approached deals that way so that I've made myself relevant. When I started out, there were 3 networks and big studios. And an attorney said, well, I'm a TV lawyer or I'm a feature lawyer. I just said, I'm a transactional lawyer. And so I've been able to adapt and make deals with Netflix, Quibi, YouTube, you name it. I've made deals. I mean, I recently made a deal with Hellman's Mayonnaise for an actress who is going to be an influencer for them on the web. And it was it was a good payday for this actress.
Shelley, how did you find this information out?
I'm a deal maker.
Is there an article somewhere?
Mr. Marks, you testified that you have been working in the entertainment industry almost 50 years. How did you get started in the entertainment industry?
I got
Is this an
started in
interview?
the entertainment industry by being born in Hollywood, and it's our town industry, if you will. And I've always been interested in it. And when I went to UCLA, I took all the film classes there were. And when I went to UCLA Law School, it was by design because, number one, I couldn't afford the big law school. So UCLA was a public school. It was virtually free. I went to UCLA Law School because if you want to practice entertainment law in Hollywood, you go to UCLA or USC. Those are the schools where you kind of create your contacts and your network. And at UCLA, they had some of the best professors who taught entertainment law related subjects. So I took copyright, trademark, entertainment contracts, if you will. I took everything entertainment related. And
They're basically
that's how
just
I
trying to
kind of built the
establish
foundation for then
that this
my
guy's a
after law
credible
school
source
career.
and that he's been in the game
What
for a
did you do
very,
after
very
you
long
graduated
time.
from law
That's
school?
all they're trying to do.
Well,
It's just
I,
very long-winded.
I
Have
wanted to
mercy.
do entertainment transaction law, but I realized I could earn a little bit more money if I went into entertainment litigation, suing over copyrights and trademarks. And so I took the highest paying job that I could get out of law school, and was in 1973. And I did IP litigation, disputes over copyrights, trademarks, disputes over rights, things like that. And I was a low-level litigator, doing depositions or motions, certainly not sitting at the, examining witnesses, except it might be in a deposition. And I did that for about, it was my first year out of law school.
What did you do after that?
Well, after that, I kind of made a decision that being a litigator wasn't for me, that I wanted to make deals, that I wanted my career to be about getting to yes. And that involved a lot of, conflict sometimes, but the goal was to get to yes so that both parties could work together. Because the goal was working together and creating the TV show, not making the deal. The deal makers had to step away so that you closed the deal and then people could live with that deal. And so I went to a transactional law firm, and I was there a couple of years, and I made deals.
What kind of projects did you work on when you transitioned into that deal-making role?
Well, this is, mid 1970s, and this law firm was hot, if you will. Some of my classmates were there. That's how I got the job. I had to take a cut in pay to go there. I'll never forget, I'm the second chair attorney in a big conference room at Fox. And we're trying to close a deal for our young client, George Lucas, to make a film called Star Wars, a Western space movie. And Fox would not give us the budget or the salary he wanted. And this is the God's honest truth. We said, okay, give us the merchandising. And famously, they gave us the merchandising because they didn't think there was value there. And that's how much our business has changed. While I was at my first transactional firm, we also worked for a client. His name is Sylvester Stallone. His claim to fame is that he was a character actor, but he had written a script that all the major stars wanted to play. They wanted to play the role Rocky. And he said, I will not sell this script unless I play Rocky. And no one was happy about that. And the deal we made was he got to play the role, but it was a very low budget, and he hardly had a dressing room. He hardly had any perks. He wasn't happy about it, but we were able to make up for that in the deals for Rocky 2, 3. And that's the type of deals. It was, we, at that entertainment transactional firm, we weren't representing major companies, if you will. We were representing artists, writers, directors, talent, like individuals. We weren't representing the companies I do now, like ITV or Village Roadshow.
How long were you at that law firm?
I was at that firm for a couple of years.
What did you do after that?
After that, I made a decision that
K2, I saw it.
I wanted to go in-house.
I saw the article.
Where the full-time business was making a product, and it was very tied to production, and I wanted to move away from law firms at that moment. And my first in-house job was for the Ziegler Discount Agency, which was one of the premier literary agencies in town. We represented writers and books and estates of books. And at that time, in late 70s, early 80s, if you wanted to hire a writer or a book, or option a book, there were three places you went. You went to Swifty, which he's kind of famous, Swifty Lazar's Oscar parties, or you went to Swanee, H.L. Swanson, or you went to Ziggy, and I worked for Ziggy.
Did you work for any other companies in an in-house capacity as a deal maker?
Oh yeah. With Ziggy, we made deals for the book The Princess Bride. We did a lot of. We worked for William Goldman, that was his book and his screenplay, and it was a fabulous experience. But that firm was bought by ICM, a much bigger agency, and then I moved to Paramount. That's where I next went. And at Paramount, I was the attorney on the series Cheers and the series Family Ties, which was the break for the young son, Michael J. Fox. And then I did something, because I have never said I'm just a TV lawyer. I'm a deal maker. I get to yes. And it's sort of unheard of, but I moved from network television doing the deals for Cheers and Family Ties. I moved to features at Paramount because you could earn a little more money in features. And I was married, and I had a child. And in features, I was assigned to do the development and production work for a producer, who's in this case Jerry Bruckheimer, and I also served. They had an overall deal with Eddie Murphy, so I did the legal work on his films like Beverly Hills Cop, Coming to America, things like that. And I was at Paramount about 4 years.
Where'd you go after Paramount?
After Paramount, I got this opportunity to head up business and legal affairs in the feature division for Jerry Weintraub's studio. Jerry was famous at the time for Karate Kid and Ocean's 11, and he represented, Elvis and Frank Sinatra in music, and John Denver. But this was his motion picture company, and I was in features, and we made a film called Troop Beverly Hills, which is starring Shelley Long. We made another film, The Big Blue. We acquired a film library. He was positioning himself to be a major company until he went bankrupt. And that was one of his only failures.
Where'd you go after that?
After Jerry Weintraub, I went to Disney, and I filled in for a year for the head of legal and features, who was on maternity leave and taking a family leave. And so I headed up legal on films like Dick Tracy, Madonna was in that. Rocketeer, another live action film. But what I
Love the
really
Rocketeer.
remember about my time at Disney is they were revamping the animation department, and they wanted to make a different kind of Disney animated film. And part of it, in the old days, Disney animated films, the voices weren't advertised. They weren't the stars of the movie. Disney was the star, or Dumbo was the star, but the voices were hardly known. And we broke that mold, and it was the first deal where we paid real money to someone to do a voice. Was a deal I made with Robin Williams to voice Aladdin. And it changed the whole history of Disney and feature animation. I worked on Beauty and the Beast, and it was a tremendous experience to be involved with them.
After you worked at Disney, did you continue to fill in-house deal-making roles?
Yeah, I continued my in-house road, even in the world that I could see was consolidating, and it was going to be more and more difficult to stay in-house. After Disney, I went to a company called Media Home Entertainment, and they put up money for films, and for their investment, they got the VHS cassette rights. So Media Home Entertainment was one of the producers, investors in the Nightmare on Elm Street series and Blue Velvet. And what they got was the right to sell video cassettes. They also manufactured and sold the Jane Fonda videos or the NFL videos. And it was a great business, except the studios realized, are we crazy? Why are we letting another company sell video? We should keep that in-house. And so I was not only head of legal, but I was on the board of directors, and we sold the company to Fox so that they could take in the assets and eliminate a competitor.
Where'd you go after that?
After Media Home Entertainment, I went to a company called Kushner Lock. It was it was at a time in the business there were hundreds of independent producing companies because the networks couldn't produce for themselves. There were laws preventing it. And Kushner Lock, we produced Pinocchio with Jonathan Taylor Thomas. We produced a small movie called Freeway. It was Reese Witherspoon's one of her first roles. And it was, I was there for 8 years. Wow. It was a good long run until they, as all those independent companies ultimately did, not all, most, they went bankrupt after 8 years.
So he has a long history of movies.
Now you can see I'm still chasing the in-house world. I went to a company, Nelvana. They were a Canadian animation company, but they had this big office in LA. I headed up business and legal. We manufactured, made, produced animated television series like Care Bears and merchandising also. Babar, Big Bear, Little Bear, all sorts of animated subjects and merchandising deals and cartoons, if you will. And then that Canadian company closed the LA office and moved back to Canada. I didn't want to move back to Canada. And so my last in-house situation, I went to Universal Network Television, and I did business and legal affairs on Just Shoot Me, television series, a series starring Josh Brolin called Mr. Sterling. It was kind of patterned on Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And at the same time I was at Universal Network Television, I consulted with Nickelodeon Features, and I helped them sort of build out their feature products. They were on the Paramount lot. I had been at Paramount for a long time, and we worked on films such as SpongeBob, the animated film. And then when that consulting ended and NBC came in and bought Universal, that, you know, ended my job at Universal. And I made the decision I would go back and be a lawyer at a law firm.
What types of work were you doing when you went back to the law firms?
When I went back to the law firm, I did a lot of, you know, I worked on their clients, and I helped a financier, Robert Sillerman, in effect buy the American Idol brand. I worked with Barry Gordy's company, trying to turn some of his world into theatrical plays. I worked with the Nat King Cole estate, trying to do things. So it was a lot of reality. I remember I worked with J. Walter Thompson, and they were in effect creating advertising opportunity branding. And then the one that sticks in my mind is I helped, you know, George Foreman market things so that he made a deal to be the face of a thing called the George Foreman Grill. And it was a good practice.
Mr. Marks, you testified that you now are at a law firm called Richard Marks and Associates. When did you start that firm?
Well, after the firm I just told you about was called Greenberg Traurig. It's a large international firm. I moved to a firm called The Point Media in 2006, and I was there for 14 years, doing much the same work that I do now. And then in 2020, right at the start of the pandemic, I went out on my own and formed Richard Marks and Associates.
Over the course of your career, what, if any, changes have you observed in the deal-making space in the entertainment industry?
Well, before I got involved in the business, most deals for writers were how much money per week and how many weeks. When I got into the business, it was already more complicated. But through my decades, all that's happened has gotten more and more complicated. Still the essential elements of time, money, credit, perks, money, whatever. But it's gotten more complicated. You had to deal with merchandising. You had to deal with sequels. You had to deal with all sorts of derivative works, video games, you name it, you know, publicity, promotion. It all expanded so that making a deal that might have been, you know, simple 30 years before now was a major production. And you know, lawyers became integral. You couldn't do a deal without someone who was going to dive into the boilerplate and make sure that it was right.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. I don't know if you would like to break now for lunch.
That's fine. If you could approach us for a moment.
Okay. So it looks like they're going to be breaking for lunch here fairly soon. But as you can see, this guy has a huge, long list, like it's a roll of a laundry list, longer than a laundry list. He's got decades of movies and decades of deals under his belt. So having him come on to this is crucial. Is going to be very, very big because his cred absolutely
Your
big.
Honor, before we take lunch, plaintiff would move in Mr. Marks as an expert in the entertainment industry.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch then. Please do not talk to anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll see you back in an hour, okay? Thank you. Mr. Marks, if you could just stay there for a second, sir.
All right.
Stay there for a second. Just stay right there.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
No kidding, silent sniper. Bruh. After lunch. Then what did you do?
Sir, since you're in the middle of your testimony, you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony at this time, including any lawyers or Mr. Depp. Okay, sir? All right. All right. We'll be back. Then we'll be back at, let's make it 2:00. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So they'll be back in 1 hour, everybody. But like I said, I mean, this is you know, obviously I can understand, like, yes, he's very long-winded. This particular gentleman that's on, yes, he is long-winded as all get out. But at the same time, he is going to be a credible witness for sure, because there's plenty of people that there are plenty of people that are wanting to, of course, get expert opinions about whether or not Johnny Depp's career or his money changed after the op-ed. That's once the op-ed came out, did it or did it not change any of the deals he has coming up, so on and so forth. So this is exactly what the lawyers are doing right now. And this is exactly what, or at least Team Depp is trying to prove, is if there is, without a shadow of a doubt, change, was there change in his money situation, in his pockets? Bringing this man on who has had a long history of making movie deals and all that stuff, obviously is showing us proof positive that yes, this, or they're hoping that by bringing him in and telling us that long 15-minute long, I don't even know, it was probably 20 minutes long, of him just explaining his whole background, his whole history of what he's done with making deals and all that stuff, is obviously them hoping that this is going to show to the world that this guy who knows how the art of a deal is and all that as well, just like the agent that they had on before, they're hoping that Marks will be able to step up and say, yes, I helped make many deals for Johnny Depp, and then suddenly out of nowhere, those deals disappeared. So I'm hoping that they'll cut through the BS, trim the fat, and get straight down to the nitty gritty and get us to hear the actual, get to the
Mr. Depp
point.
was in her closet.
That's weird.
I did. Yeah. She must have heard what was going on and not been too pleased. So
I'm hearing
she
something
shortly
in here.
after re-entered Penthouse 5 as I was trying to get Mr. Depp.
Oh, that's weird. Something else just went off for no reason. But like I was saying, I think what's going to go on right now, what they're going to be looking for, what they're going to be pushing for now, is hopefully they'll drive this thing home, get him to, you know, kind of like hit the wrap it up orchestral music, and get straight to the nitty gritty, get straight to the facts, so that we can find out what he knows. Maybe there's some information that he knows about maybe some deals that suddenly, once the op-ed came out, they were like, sorry, due to the op-ed, we cannot have him in the Pirates of the Caribbean 6, or we can't have him in Fantastic Beasts, or in any of these other movie deals that he had sitting on the helm. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to go and, you know, get some things and all that. I'll be back in a little while, but this stream is still going on. Please come back in about an hour, in about 55 minutes. We'll be back on doing this thizang. So I will see you guys very, very shortly. All right. Go grab your lunch. Go grab whatever you need to do. This is the time for the potty break. This is the time to eat your lunch or whatever. That's exactly what I'm about to do. So I will see you guys in just a minute. Peace. Hey, we're back. Looks like the sound. Hey, we're back. Okay. Looks like the sound. Hopefully the sound is working. I just fixed it. So we should be back. We should be back at it again here shortly. But we should be good.
Mr. Marks, do you have experience working with companies looking to engage actors to market or advertise their products?
Cool.
Yes.
And what's that experience?
Well, virtually every company I work for, they are engaging actors to advertise their products. Most of the time, those products are TV shows or streaming series or feature films that all involve product spin-offs and derivatives. And sometimes they are just
thank you, Steve.
Products and spokespeople getting together. But yes, I have experience in hiring a star to be the face of your product.
What types of things do companies consider when they're looking at using actors in their marketing or advertising?
Well, as you can imagine, they consider reputation. This is a capitalist society, and they're looking to make money. They want to add value to their investment. They want actors who have reputations that will bring eyeballs to the screen, bodies in the seats. They're looking for added value, not negativity.
Do you have experience negotiating agreements for actors to play a certain role in a film?
Oh, yes. As I explained, I negotiate deals with actors to play roles in films. And
what's the significance of the actor in the starring role in the context of a feature film?
The actor in the starring role becomes the face of the film, the product, the series. That actor is synonymous with the product. And again, in hiring that actor or actress, you want a reputation that supports the value that you've spent on creating the product. You might say that Pirates of the Caribbean is Johnny Depp and vice versa. That's this importance of hiring a star.
What aspects of an actor's reputation might impact their ability to get hired by brands or studios?
Well, again, on the other side of the coin, you wouldn't want to hire an actor who has negativity following them. You wouldn't want to pay to actually bring your brand down, your movie. And so that's very important. And especially in the last 5 years with the Me Too movement, you wouldn't want negativity hiring an actor who, quote unquote, had been canceled.
Is there anything in particular that might prevent an actor from getting hired by a brand or a studio?
Well, I mean, we're talking about illegal activity, a criminal record, but right now, the pinnacle of negativity in Hollywood is being accused of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, violence, and what we've seen is almost immediately terminations and cancellations for the investors, to the people who create that product, to move away from that negativity.
I think you mentioned the Me Too movement. What's your understanding of what the Me Too movement is?
My understanding of the Me Too movement is that finally society is listening to the victim, giving the victim of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, the benefit of the doubt. And there has been a shift in our society from not doing that to now the victim gets the benefit of the doubt until there's too much doubt. And to me, that's the Me Too movement. One person can come forward and accuse Harvey Weinstein, and another person can come forward and another. That's the Me Too part of it. But they get the benefit of the doubt. Whereas in the past, the victim didn't have that benefit.
What impact has the Me Too movement had on how Hollywood conducts business?
It, in my many decades in the business, Hollywood has changed and morphed, but never as quickly as to respond to the Me Too movement that started in 2017. When I started in the business, every contract for an actor or someone involved in a movie had a morals clause that you did certain things and you could be fired for it. They wanted to protect their brand. Before the Me Too movement, that morals clause was fading out. People with leverage, people said, wait a second, you just can't get rid of us because you think this or that. With the Me Too movement, Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, if you will, the morals clause has come back, and it is a demanded feature in every entertainment employment agreement, because the studios want that verbiage. They want those rights so that they can act quickly and decisively when there is a claim.
Mr. Marks, do you have any experience working on a project where an actor was accused of domestic abuse or sexual violence?
Yes.
What was that experience?
I did some of the production legal work on a film called All the Money in the World. It was about the life of the Gettys, J. Paul Getty. And J. Paul Getty was played by Kevin Spacey. He acted in the part. He finished his role. He
Kevin
was paid.
Spacey.
And then these Me Too accusations came out. And immediately, my client, in conjunction with Sony, they made a decision to take him out of the movie. And Christopher Plummer was hired. They reshot all his scenes and seamlessly cut them in to the movie. And if you see All the Money in the World, you won't know that Kevin Spacey was ever in it. So I had that personal experience. And then coincidentally, when that happened, I was also doing work for MRC, which produces House of Cards, and a very successful series. And he was the star of it. And he was immediately cut out, and everything was redone to get rid of the notion that Hollywood would support an abuser after the Me Too movement. And then because I was in the mix of all of it, I also know that Kevin Spacey had completed another movie for Netflix. And unlike All the Money in the World, they couldn't reshoot it. And it sits on the shelf, a movie about Gore Vidal that was finished, but has never seen the light of day.
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
Can you repeat the question?
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
These companies, as I've said, they wanted Kevin Spacey removed because they didn't want the negativity. They want anyone removed so that they can get a return on their investment in our society, so that they are not seen as being in the old generation where women were not given the benefit of the doubt, where victims were not given the benefit of the doubt. And a switch has been turned, and certainly by 2017.
Are there certain types of companies that are particularly sensitive to these kinds of allegations made by women in light of the Me Too movement?
Well, I would say the bigger the company, the bigger the budgets, they're all sensitive. But at the pinnacle of sensitivity are the family-friendly companies like Disney. They're particularly sensitive, not in a general way, but in a very specific way.
Mr. Marks, are you familiar with the op-ed Ms. Hurd published in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018?
Here we go.
Yes.
What's your understanding of how that op-ed was received in Hollywood?
My understanding of how that op-ed was received in
Oh,
Hollywood.
is there objection? I'm sorry, sir. Yes.
Is this his personal understanding, his expert understanding? It seems like if it's his personal understanding, it's not relevant.
I'm asking Mr. Marks based on his nearly 50 years in the entertainment
I'll overrule
industry.
the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go. Come on.
As I've said before, I am a member of the Hollywood community. That op-ed, for the first time, is in a mainstream publication called the Washington Post. This is a flagship journal, if you will, of American news. We're not talking about a trade paper. We're not talking about a rag. We're talking about the Washington Post. And it is geared to Hollywood. It says 2 years ago, when I was getting my divorce, Amber Heard is saying, I was the abuser and you didn't, Hollywood, you stood up for my abuser, not for
Objection,
me,
Your
the
Honor.
victim.
Objection. Now he's mischaracterizing the document.
I think he's expressing his understanding of how that was perceived.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is Hollywood got the subject matter of the op-ed loud and clear. Amber Heard was calling out Hollywood for supporting since 2016, supporting her abuser, and she felt the wrath of Hollywood. She was calling them out to do something. In the Washington Post and on the eve of her biggest film, a big film for Hollywood, the publicity machine was in high gear. There was lots of publicity and news out there. This was the height of her fame. And she used it at that moment to call Hollywood out. They, in my opinion, as a member of Hollywood, they heard that plea loud and clear. And it also got her publicity for her movie. I don't think that in my perception, and people in Hollywood didn't see that as a coincidence, that date. So yeah, in Hollywood, I think the message was received that she was sending.
Mr. Marks, do you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood with respect to whether or not he's on time to his film sets?
Yes.
What's your understanding?
Hollywood has a history of putting up with major artists and major stars' idiosyncratic behaviors. We've always had divas like Marilyn Monroe who would stay in her trailer for half a day. Johnny Depp has a reputation of being Johnny Depp. And when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, and that includes being late. And fortunately in Hollywood, because of the budgets and the box office, you can budget for lateness. You can have second unit. You can have other shots. You have padding in budgets. You have insurance for accidents. But Hollywood knows Mr. Depp's reputation, and I heard someone say Hollywood puts up with diva and drugs. They only do that when money's involved and big stars are involved and artistry is involved.
Mr. Marks, Did you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's overall reputation in Hollywood prior to the publication of the December 2018 op-ed?
I would say that Johnny Depp was one of the few major actors in Hollywood who managed to keep most of his personal life personal, kept himself shrouded, if you will, a bit. And his reputation, preceded him as a major artist in Hollywood. But what also marked him in this business is that he was congruent. He was likable. He was one of the guys. And I never heard any complaints, if you will.
Do you have an opinion about the impact of the publication of the op-ed on Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
It's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors. Chris Noth recently. I just read something about Frank Langella. We know newscasters, Les Moonves, head of CBS. Now Johnny Depp is in their ranks. It's devastating.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Nadelhoff.
Good afternoon. Your rate in this case is $975 per hour. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've never charged that higher rate in any other cases. Isn't that right?
I've charged near that amount, but
never that high. Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. How much have you charged? How much have you received for this case?
I'd have to look at my billing. During my deposition, the attorney who deposed me asked me the same question. I said I would look it up. I did during lunch, and then she never got back to it again. I don't remember how much it was then, and I don't have the figures now.
And you don't know how many hours you worked on this case?
I would guess, again, I'd be guessing, and I don't know if you want me to guess. I have a full-time transactional practice. This is a very small part of my practice.
Okay. Now, you said you worked for Disney for less than a year, right?
I worked for Disney about a year.
Yeah, and that was in 1990, right?
Yes.
So that was 32 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And you worked at Greenberg Trowering from 2004 to 2006, is that right?
That's correct.
Your leaving was a mutual decision, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Depp still has an endorsement deal with Dior, correct?
I understand that, yes.
Okay. And he's had that endorsement deal since 2015, isn't that right?
I believe he's had the endorsement deal for a while, and I think he still has it.
Right. And Dior hasn't dropped Mr. Depp, correct?
As far as I know, Dior has not dropped him.
And Mr. Depp did not have a contract for Pirate 6, isn't that right?
As far as I know, there is no contract for Pirate 6.
Right. And all the documents you've looked at, you looked at all the documents in this case, and you've not seen a contract for Pirate 6, right?
That's my memory of the documents. There was no contract for Pirate 6.
And in all the documents you looked at, you didn't see a text saying Mr. Depp got the contract for Pirate 6 for $22.5 million, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I didn't see paperwork on an agreement for Pirates of the Caribbean 6.
So not an email, not a text, not any written document about Pirate 6, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain that objection. Next question.
And you don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp will be in Pirates of Caribbean 6. You don't have a crystal ball, is that right?
Objection, speculation.
He's an expert.
Allow it. Go ahead, overruled. Go ahead, you can answer, sir.
Well, as an expert, of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but as an expert, I think Disney will do everything possible to try to put him back in Pirates, but not under this cloud.
Okay. You would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp before the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
You know that Ms. Hurd made her accusations public starting in May of 2016, right?
Yes.
And Hollywood knew about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp still had movies after May of 2016, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp being publicly drunk before the op-ed, correct?
There was, I agree with the proposition that there was negative publicity before the op-ed. The op-ed was something different.
Be sure to hit that like
you
button.
Agree? Is it in 2014? There
Hit
was an
that
article in the
subscribe
Guardian
button.
that said apparently drunk Johnny Depp cut off at Hollywood Film Awards ceremony. Would you agree with that?
Again, I don't remember reading the Guardian, and I don't remember that particular incident, but I'll take you at your word.
And you remember in looking through all the documents that you saw an article that Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say, right? That was in 2017.
Okay.
I think I've testified that there is certainly Johnny Depp behavior and negativity out there. Yes.
And that a family production studio like Disney wouldn't want to be associated with, correct?
Again, you're talking about a very specific, series of 5 films that earn billions of dollars. And there is a line in Hollywood, as I've said, they'll put up with divas and drugs to make money. But now we've drawn a line in Hollywood at the domestic and sexual abuse.
And in looking through the documents, you saw articles in June of 2018 that said vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. You saw that?
Again, I know these articles exist. I know they're not in the Washington Post. I don't know what article you're referring to, who wrote it, what publication it was in, but I know that those articles exist.
And you'd agree that before the op-ed, Mr. Depp had a run of movie flops. Would you agree?
Every actor has, ups and downs. Mr. Depp his career's been decades long.
You would agree that in January of 2015, there was an article that said Johnny Depp is on his way to becoming the most overpaid actor in Hollywood.
Again, you'd have to show me the article, but I don't doubt that some commentator trying to trade on being a smarty pants.
Thank you.
And you agree that there was another article in 2015 that says, quote, has Johnny Depp become Hollywood's biggest joke?
What?
I don't know. Netflix has a whole festival going now. Netflix is a joke.
And you'd agree that there is an article in Business Insider from 2015 that says Johnny Depp has his 5th box office bomb in a row.
If that's what it said, it said. Are you just going to keep reading this?
Well, I mean, this is Mr.
No
Depp's
kidding.
reputation. That's what you're talking about in terms of Hollywood, correct?
Jeez.
And in 2016, December of 2016, there's an article that says, quote, Johnny Depp is Hollywood's most overpaid actor for the 2nd year in a row. Did you recall reading that?
Was that written by the second underpaid actor? Or
And
who
you
was
would
that
agree
written by?
that before the op-ed, there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about assassinating President Trump. Would you agree?
No, I missed that one.
No
You
kidding.
didn't see an article in the New York Times that said
What?
Johnny Depp flirts with idea of Trump
Sit
assassination
down.
and apologizes?
Sit down,
Again,
Did
Johnny
you read it or
Depp
not?
talks with irony and panache, and I don't particularly remember that. I have a lot of stuff in front of me.
Disney wouldn't want to be involved with somebody who's calling for the assassination of the president, would it?
I'm sure after those articles, Johnny Depp was involved in major studio projects.
Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp was involved in major studio projects after June 23rd, 2017?
I think Again, I haven't quoted his IMDb page to memory, but he was in an animated film called Sherlock Gnomes. I think it was released, Paramount is one of the producers. I think it was released in 2017.
Would you agree that before the op-ed, there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about punching a crew member on a film set?
I heard about that.
So that's people who
This is
work in
ridiculous.
Hollywood that Mr. Depp had an accusation of assault, correct?
I heard about it, yes.
And would you agree that there were stories about Mr. Depp drinking heavily on the set of Pirates 5?
There were lots of stories that came out, and I'm sure that was one of them.
And those stories came out in 2016 and 2017, before the op-ed, right?
Again, you'd have to show me a timeline, but I'll take your word that there were articles written in various rags or trade public.
Is the New York Times a rag? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying the New York Times is a rag. What I'm saying is, at the height of the Me Too movement, we have this op-ed directed at Hollywood, and in the Hollywood I know, the rest of the stuff is background noise.
That's exactly
Now,
what I'm
and
thinking.
Pirates 5 did not
Chloe.
make as much money in the box office as the prior Pirates movies did. Isn't that true?
That's true. It only made about $800 million.
It made less though than the first 4, correct?
Yeah, and any
Okay.
company would want to have a box office hit that made $800 million.
Now can you put up Defendant's Exhibit 99, please? And if you could blow it up. Now you said the Me Too movement started in 2017. Is that what you're saying?
It actually started long before that, but it picked up steam to what we now call the Me Too movement in 2017.
Okay. And do you recognize this article from Dan Wooten that says, "How can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting wife beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?"
Yes, this article is in the UK Sun, which came to prominence by publishing topless women on page 3.
And the article came out on April 27th, 2018, correct?
I haven't skimmed through this, but I'll take your word for it.
And I think what you're trying to say was that the Sun was a rag, so no one would pay any attention to it. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying the Sun is the Sun, and it's in the UK. And what this article is repeating stuff from 2016, repeating all the stuff that you might say should be all past history after the divorce. It's one Wooten's opinion in a newspaper that's claimed to fame as page 3 women topless, and yeah.
And
it's
Mr.
in the-
Depp
and it's
sued
in the
Mr.
UK,
Depp
you know,
sued the Sun over this, right?
What's that?
Mr. Depp sued the Sun in the UK about this article, right?
As far as I know, he wanted to clear his name. That's right.
And Mr. Depp, that lawsuit occurred in 2020, correct? It was tried in 2020.
I believe so. Yeah.
And there were accusations of abuse that came out based on that lawsuit, correct?
As far as I know, the accusations were all old news and predated much. Yeah, I mean, this is a 2018 article, and in 2020, they probably were rehashing it.
And the old news that was coming out in 2018, that would also affect Mr. Depp's reputation, correct?
Again, I've tried to draw a line, the line that Hollywood draws between the Me Too movement and starting in 2017 and the gossip and the claims back and forth. I mean, there was also press about Amber Heard being an abuser in those years. There was also the other side of the coin.
But the op-ed that didn't mention Mr. Depp at all and didn't mention any accusations that what happened to her, that's what caused Mr. Depp all his reputational harm. That's what you're saying?
Well, I don't agree that this article was not about
Did it mention Mr. Depp? That's what I asked you.
Well, does she have another husband who abused her?
But did
in
it talk about it?
2016?
Did it talk at all about Mr. Depp's abuse?
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank
He's
you.
tried to answer the first question, which was not exactly what the second question was that he asked. I'd asked him to be
But
permitted to
just
finish.
ask your question. We'll go from
Jeez Louise.
The op-ed article didn't mention any specific abuse by Mr. Depp towards Amber Heard, correct?
The only name is this is Amber Heard telling her story that started in 2016 when she was domestically abused and ignored.
Now, there were headlines about the UK trial, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Like, let's burn Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about ex read in court.
I didn't hear you.
Let's burn Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about ex read in court.
Yeah.
And there's a headline from July 19th, 2020 that said, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial. So Hollywood was following the case, correct?
Yeah. When was that headline?
In 2020.
2020. Yeah, look, Johnny Depp is a decades-long fixture in Hollywood, and people were following something across the pond. You know, we thought we kind of got rid of the UK in 1776, but they were still following it. Absolutely.
I mean, Mr. Depp thought enough about this article to have a 3-week trial in the UK, correct?
Objection calls for speculation about what Mr. Depp thought.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There was a 3-week trial in the UK based on this article by Dan Wooten, correct?
I think I've said Mr. Depp finally had enough, and he sued to clear his name.
Okay, could I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
Jeez.
You want to?
Wow. That, it's funny because this whole thing went from just being, I thought it was going to be long-winded, him just talking for a long time. And now it's just like rapid fire questions, one after the other. But I got to be honest, I don't think any of these questions are even relevant to what's going on. Now, obviously, there's going to be other people that will beg to differ, I'm sure. But at the same time, this is just not. I don't think these are prominent questions to be asking right now, and just in my personal opinion. Now, we all have. I'm sure other people are thinking different on other channels, but these questions are not. They're not even relevant to what's going on here. I wonder where Rottenborn is trying to take this narrative. Why is he taking it down this route? Because none of this, in my personal opinion, is relevant. Talk about what's going on. Talk about the op-ed. Talk about how he wasn't able to, talk about around the op-ed and everything else. But like, all these other things, sure. I get the very beginning where he's sitting there going, oh, you can see that, he's had other things written about him. Of course he has had things written about him. He's freaking Johnny Depp. This is not like just some random ass dude who just started acting one day, and then suddenly he got on this movie called The Pirates of the Caribbean, and suddenly, he meets Amber Heard. No, he has decades of work. Decades of tabloids out there. So I'm sure on one end of the spectrum, there's somebody out there saying that he's the most amazing actor in the world. And on that other side of that spectrum, there's somebody or an article or a tabloid out there talking about how he's the worst actor and he's trash and blah, blah, blah. It's all gossip stuff. It's all basically hearsay, in my personal opinion. Why go out of your way to say all this? It's not relevant at all. Personally, it's not relevant at all. Shoot, I guarantee you there's an article out there about Johnny Depp giving birth to an alien.
Case, Mr. Depp
was
looking to clear his name, correct?
That's my assumption, yes.
And yes or no, did Mr. Depp clear his name through that lawsuit?
I wasn't in the UK, and I'm not going to opine on that. That's not what I've been engaged to talk about.
You don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp cleared his name through that lawsuit?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You understand, can you please put up Defendant's Exhibit 115? In looking through the documents, did you see headlines from October 25th, 2018, almost 2 months before the op-ed, that Mr. Depp would not be in Pirate 6?
I saw that there was speculation in different publications. None.
Thank you, Berenice Rivas. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you.
If you will, none being
now it's
definitive.
freezing again.
And
by the way, I can't see where's this article from. I just see the headline.
Hold on, it froze.
TheDailyMail.com.
Feed froze
So
again.
the Daily Mail is a UK publication.
All right, let's move. I mean, do you know or not?
Do I know what?
Do you know if it's a UK publication or not?
I think that the Daily Mail is, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, did you review the deposition testimony in this case of the Walt Disney corporate designee?
Hold on. Got another one here. Just got to hop
Future
back
Pirates
and forth.
films, and she did not recall seeing the op-ed or any documents referring to the op-ed in that production of documents.
I read the deposition. I don't recall seeing the op-ed in what Disney produced. What I do recall is that the person giving that deposition for Disney really had no contact with Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey. Just was someone that Disney put up who didn't know anything, is what I took.
And you
from the
understand,
deposition.
you're a lawyer, right? You understand that a corporate designee is supposed to be in the shoes of the corporation talking for Disney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that's outside the scope of his expertise in this case.
Overruled.
Okay.
I understand that that's what the corporate designee is supposed to be, but when I read that they are not in
That's what
touch with,
that was the
they're not
question.
in touch with the president of the company, it gives me pause.
So Disney itself represented through this witness that it did not have the op-ed in any of its files, correct?
I don't remember that passage in the deposition, but I can't remember. She certainly did not quote the op-ed or produce the op-ed or talk about the op-ed.
Now,
in Hollywood, actions sometimes speak much louder than words.
and did you recall that same corporate designee said that Pirate 6 is still possibly in development?
Until Disney says it's not in development, it's in development.
Okay, and can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 134? And you see this is from November 5th, 2020.
And where is this from? Some rogue website? Where is this from?
InsideTheMagic.com.
Okay.
Okay, and this says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return, and that was on November 5th, 2020, correct?
Assuming that this is a correct copy of this random website, that's what it says. They're not quoting the head of production. It's not a statement by Disney, but that's what this woman, Rebecca Barton, says.
Well, 2 years after the op-ed, it was still a question as to whether Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6.
There was no contract for Mr. Depp to be in Pirate 6, but he was Pirates. And there would always be that question until Pirates is produced or until Disney says otherwise.
And November 2020 was at the same time as all the publicity surrounding the UK case, correct?
I think the UK judgment came out in November 2020.
And this article came out 3 days after the judgment, correct?
If the judgment came out on the 2nd, this is 3 days later in, what's this again, moviemagic.com?
Correct.
By Rebecca, Barton.
Could I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
Yeah, this lawyer is going in. This lawyer. This lawyer is trying to trip him up or something. It's crazy. Rottenborn is like got a vendetta against this dude. Damn.
Now, isn't it true that you don't recall when you first read the op-ed?
As I sit here today, I don't recall when I first read it.
I mean, it wasn't a big deal to you. You didn't read it in 2018, correct?
I have a wife, 2 kids, a full-time job. I don't remember.
Okay. And you have no idea when you first read it? I just want to make sure I understand that.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
I sustain the
Look,
objection.
I wasn't
I'll
at this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Now, you, as an expert in the entertainment field, do you know any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of a domestic abuse against an actor in Hollywood?
I think that the taint sticks. And
my bad. Thank
for
you,
both sides.
KK Nichols.
And I can't think of any actresses who have prevailed and who've been canceled.
Do you know of any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of domestic abuse against a man in Hollywood?
I haven't been asked to opine on that, but I certainly will look into it. I don't think that this is something.
The answer is no, right? You don't know.
Again, I assume that.
So yes or no? Do you know or not?
Thought her career would get better by bringing this out. I don't know.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Damn.
Mr. Marks, you were asked a series of questions about a number of publications and publicity related to Mr. Depp by Mr. Nadelhoff. Do you recall those questions?
He asked a lot of questions about a lot of articles.
And sir, based on your experience in the entertainment industry, do you have an understanding of what types of publications carry the most weight in Hollywood?
The publications that carry the most weight in Hollywood, in my opinion, after all these decades, are Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. Those are the publications.
And Mr. Nadelhoff asked you a number of questions about certain headlines related to Mr. Depp and various news coverage related to Mr. Depp. Do you have an opinion about the impact of those articles that you looked at with Mr. Nadelhoff on cross-examination on Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
Again, I don't remember all the articles. What I do know is that Johnny Depp had always had articles about him, and that didn't change the baseline. If you had a big project and it had a role for Johnny Depp, that didn't change the baseline.
Is your opinion about the op-ed Ms. Hurd authored different than that?
My opinion about the op-ed in the Washington Post was a different. That was had a different quality of headline and article.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further
All
questions.
right, is this witness subject to recall?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, the rule of witness does apply for you, so you cannot discuss your testimony and did not watch any of the case, okay, sir? But you're free to go today, sir, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, watch your step there. All right, your next witness.
Let's find out what their next witness
Plaintiff
is.
calls Douglas Banya, Your Honor.
Okay, can you spell that last name for me?
Douglas Banya. 1 second, I'm just pulling up a different feed, and hopefully it'll be nicer.
N-I-A.
Thank you.
There we go. So, we got another one coming in. Douglas Banya. Don't know who that is, but we're about to find out who the hell that person is. And yeah, I think Mr. Marks.
Your Honor, may I approach for just a moment?
Okay, sure.
I think Mr. Marks did fairly well for what it's worth. I mean, that was some rapid fire kind of BS. They got into, it. I don't know what Team Hurd's lawyers were really trying to allude to, but at the same time, it is what it is. Now we got Douglas Banya coming through.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law? Yes.
Here he is. Walking in. I'm sure it's another lawyer or another producer of some sort. Please go check out my secondary channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Please go check that out. Hit that subscribe button over there. That would really mean a lot. And don't forget to hit that like button down below. Hit that subscribe button as well. Let's go.
Full name for the record?
Yes, Douglas Banya.
And Mr. Banya, what do you do for work?
I am an intellectual property damages and valuation expert.
Do you have any particular specialty in your line of work?
Yes, my specialty is using internet and social media analysis when I'm quantifying value, or I'm calculating damages, or if I'm analyzing the impact of social media or internet events.
I think so too. I think you did a good job.
I work at Nevium, which is located in San Diego, California.
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What's your position?
I'm a founding principal and an analyst.
I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background for a moment. Where did you attend college?
I received my bachelor's degree in cinema from San Diego State University. I graduated in 1997.
And after you graduated in 1997, did you pursue another degree?
Yes, I went directly to San Diego State University, got a master's degree in television, film, new media production.
Was there any particular reason you chose to go to San Diego State for that?
The new media production side of that program I really liked. I graduated from there in 2000, so this is even before YouTube was found. So the whole idea of putting film on the internet, kind of analyzing the internet and using analytic tools to see how things are doing on the internet is that's what attracted me, and that's what I learned there as well.
Interesting.
What did you do after you got your master's degree?
After the master's degree, I moved to Los Angeles, and I was an independent filmmaker for a while. Then I got introduced to intellectual property, and I started working for a small boutique IP firm back in San Diego.
What was the boutique firm you went to?
What was the name of the firm?
Yes.
The name of the firm was Consor.
Why does it look like he's rolling a joint?
What did Consor do?
Consor values intellectual property for various business reasons. They do litigation support services as well.
And when you say intellectual property, what do you mean?
When I talk about intellectual property, I'm mostly talking about copyrights, patents, and trademarks. I might include related intangible assets such as domain names, websites, internet accounts. But IP for me is mostly brands, publicity rights, copyrights, trademarks.
What type of work did you do while you were at Consor?
I have various positions there, but I was a research analyst, as a financial analyst. I was a director of business development. My last position there was a principal.
And what kinds of things did you work on?
We worked on, valuation. Our clients, they needed a valuation of their IP portfolio for maybe tax or estate reasons. A lot of litigation support like I'm doing now. If somebody infringes on a trademark or publicity rights, that's actually the place I was my first expert witness job. I was a named expert on a right of publicity case representing the retired players of the NFL against the NFL. They're using their name and likeness without permission. So services such as that.
How long did you work at Consor?
I was at Consor for 10 years.
And after Consor, where did you work?
Then at Nevium, where I am now.
And did you found Nevium?
Yes.
What kind of work does Nevium do?
Nevium does several things, provides several services. So we value intellectual property for various reasons: tax, estate, M&A, business transactions. We not only provide the value of a business, but we can break that value. What percent of the value is this trademark portfolio or this patent portfolio? We do litigation support. So like I'm here, I testify in cases, maybe a false endorsement case. Somebody uses a celebrity's name and likeness without permission. Maybe there's a trademark infringement case. You used a brand without permission. A defamation case such as this. What's the impact of something that was posted online? So the third kind of bucket of services we offer is brand monetization strategies. So I think the best way to explain that is companies have business plans, they have marketing plans, they don't have IP plans. So we come in and work with customers, with our clients, understand their business and their marketing plans, and help them build an IP plan that fits in with those two, so they can essentially make more money off their branded products and services. And I think what's important with all that is, what differentiates us with competitors is we use internet and website analytic tools and everything we do. Everything is online now, and understanding those tools when calculating value or calculating damages is important.
Do you have any professional certifications?
I am a certified licensing professional. That is a designation given by the Licensing Executive Society. LES. LES is a not-for-profit organization that supports professionals like me who deal with a lot of licensing. I'm a Google Analytics individual. I have a Google Analytics individual qualification. That is a test given by Google for those that understand and pass a test related to internet analytics.
Can you explain a little bit about what Google Analytics is?
Yeah, so Google Analytics is a web service.
Do you know about Google? Have you ever heard of Google?
Provided by Google, and it's used by business owners and website owners to understand the traffic that comes to their websites. So essentially, once you sign up for your Google Analytics account, you're given a bit of code, and you embed that code into various your web pages. Then you can log in and you can see like who's coming to my website, what are they doing. And really, it's essentially a tool for search engine optimization. The goal of the web is to show up number one in Google organic. So then you'll tweak your website a bit. You'll look at your analytics, see if you're showing up on the first page of Google. If not, you can use those analytics to keep playing around and try to end up on the first page of Google.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I'm a member of the International Trademark Association. That is an organization. They're actually having their annual conference here in DC, so I'm popping back and forth to that. I'm on their right of publicity panel. I just gave a presentation on Monday. I'm a non-attorney member of the American Bar Association. I'm on their copyright and social media committee.
Right on.
Your Honor, at this point, plaintiff would offer Mr. Banya as an expert in internet and social media analytics.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved. Thank you.
Mr. Banya, what were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to analyze the impact of the allegations of domestic abuse made by Ms. Hurd as it relates to her 2016 restraining order, and then asked to also analyze the republication of that alleged abuse in her 2018 Washington Post op-ed.
What work have you done in connection with forming your opinions relative to that?
So I identified the best tools to use in this case, which are Q scores, Google Trends, and historic Google search results.
You used a few terms in there. I just want to break them down a little bit. What's a Q score?
A Q score is, there's a Q score company that's been around for about 50 years. And what they do is they measure how well a brand or a celebrity or sports character is known and how much they're liked. And they also measure how much they're disliked.
Who else besides you uses Q scores?
Q scores are used by, any company that, organizations that license in a celebrity or a brand to endorse their product or service. The PGA Golf Tour is actually using Q scores right now. They're using Q scores and Google search results. They have a pool of $40 million that they're doling out to their players. So depending on their Google search results and their Q scores and other metrics, I'm sure they're using those to divide up that pool of money.
And I think you also mentioned Google Trends. What's that?
Yeah, Google Trends is another service offered by Google. As we know, everything starts with a Google search these days. There's 5 billion daily searches on Google. And Google Trends allows a user like me or you to go into Google Trends and analyze search traffic for various key terms, anything you really want. Maybe there's a new football player and you want to see how that football player is trending compared to the team over time, or maybe something related to Ukraine, or maybe a celebrity. So Google Trends just shows you what kind of search volume is happening during various points of time.
What are historical Google search results?
So historical Google search results are using Google. There's actually an area where you can go back in time and see what was showing up in Google during that time. And it's really the best indication of what websites would have appeared back in time. Oftentimes, working with my monetization clients, we want to know, hey, how were you ranking years ago for your branded service or your branded company? It will go back in time and look, and then in litigation, we're always going back in time, so we want to figure out what was most likely happening, what websites were served back then. And when you know what websites were served back then, you typically know what people were reading and thinking about.
Why did you choose these particular tools for your analysis in this case?
Well, the Q scores, I really thought it was the best idea to understand Mr. Depp's Q scores right before 2016, before the abuse allegations, just to see where he was at. Then I wanted to see his Q scores right after the 2016 alleged abuse allegations. And then I wanted to see his Q scores after the 2018 Washington Post op-ed, just to see if there was any changes during that period of time.
And what about your decision to use Google Trends and historical Google search results?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that like those two tools together were perfect, because what I wanted to do is understand, as I mentioned, everyone's going to Google to figure things out. What were people when people Googled Johnny Depp prior to these alleged abuse allegations? What websites were coming up and what was the public consuming about him? Then I wanted to know that after, and then after the op-ed. So I used Google Trends just to identify the dates in time, in which then I went into the historic Google search results. I searched for Mr. Depp, and then I changed those dates to go back in time. And then I analyzed the top 3 websites of each search.
Interesting.
Based on the analysis you did in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yeah, my analysis shows that prior to 2016 and the allegations, the abuse allegations, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in a negative connotation. That's the first thing that I identified.
Did you form any other conclusions?
I realized that those websites that were coming up were mostly about his career, his characters, Johnny Depp as the individual, his interests. Then after the 2016 mark, the majority of those results turned into negative things about the abuse allegations. And then even more so after the op-ed, there seemed to be kind of a theme or a flavor of not only the abuse allegations, but his drinking and drug use.
There we go.
Did that answer your question?
I think it did.
Yeah. Mr. Banya, have you prepared a demonstrative that depicts how you used Google Trends in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like permission to approach. I have hard copy.
Everything was good until the op-ed, and then all of a sudden everybody wanted to start talking trash about his lifestyle, his own personal choices and whatnot. So here we go. He said, okay, the analytics were saying one thing, and now the one thing before the op-ed, and then once the op-ed went bye-bye or went in and said hello to the whole world, that's when all this negativity, all this negative stuff started coming out about Johnny Depp, or maybe more than usual. Let's just say that. And this is showing without a shadow of a doubt, or at least it's helping push their argument even further, that this op-ed alone was defamatory, was defaming Johnny Depp. Now he's sitting here. They brought in a dude that does the Googles, okay, behind the scenes of the Googles, and they said yes. He's sitting here going, yes, we see it. We did the research, and there it is. So this is very, very, this is interesting. I was going, what's his purpose here? Why is he here? Because I don't need to hear about Google Analytics. I mean, shoot, I'm not trying to learn how to grow on YouTube anymore. You see what I'm saying? See what Google Analytics is like. I'm not interested in that. But now I get this. Now I get it.
For the record, we've marked these as plaintiffs 1236 for identification.
1236 for identification. Do you want to publish it to the jury?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And Mr. Banya, can you explain for the jury what is depicted in this demonstrative that you prepared?
Yes. So this is the Google Trends data. You're going to see that it runs from 2004 into 2020, and you're going to notice the different spikes. Those spikes represent when people were searching for Mr. Depp. You're going to also notice here, I've got the red line just showing the date
so crazy.
When Ms. Hurd filed the restraining order. Oh, yeah. Can I write on this thing?
You can touch the screen. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Yeah, so here I'm talking about, in this line here, is just the date and time in which Ms. Hurd alleged the abuse and filed the restraining order. And then this line here is the December 18th, 2018 op-ed. And what I wanted to do is identify the peaks of interest in Mr. Depp. And you're going to notice here, I found 17 spikes of interest that I analyzed. And then the 51 key web pages we're going to get into later, I've analyzed the top 3 search results for each spike. And then here I analyzed the 7 spikes after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and then again after the December 18th, 2018 op-ed.
Once you determined these spikes, the periods of significant interest in searches for Johnny Depp on Google, what did you do with that information?
So again, the purpose of using Google Trends was just to understand when there's the most interest in Johnny Depp, because for some reason, something was going on in the news, in the media. People are turning to Google to search for Mr. Depp. So then I went to my web browser and then I searched for Johnny Depp in Google. But before I did so, I have a separate web browser. I call it my Workbench browser. I don't log into anything. It's important to be logged out of Google. because Google keeps a profile on you, and your search results could be biased based on that profile.
Interesting.
Then also when you go into a web browser, you have to clear your cache, you have to clear your history, clear all your data, and make sure you can get the most unbiased search results as possible.
So you basically just said the streets is
Google,
watching. Okay. Google's
I
watching.
typed in Johnny Depp, and then I searched and set the time periods for the various points here that you see labeled with letters.
Do you have a demonstrative that shows an example of one of those points that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. Tom, could we go to the second Banya demonstrative, please?
Yeah, so this is an example of, I believe it was spike or point O in the Google Trends. So what I did is I went into Google, I cleared everything as I told you, made sure I was logged out of Google. And here you can see I typed in Johnny Depp, I hit the search. And then what I did is went to this tool area, which pulls a drop-down area for the date. And I set the date to match the Google Trends spike of November of 2004. Then we had these top 3 websites that came up. I downloaded those websites and then I analyzed them.
Did you undertake this analysis for each of the 17 points on the prior slide that we looked at?
Yes, correct.
And what did you do once you had your web page results, such as on this demonstrative?
Do you mean when I reviewed each web page?
Yes.
Yeah, so what I was looking for is, were these web pages or articles, did they have anything to do with the alleged abuse? Did they have anything to do with his alcohol, drug use? Did they have anything to do with his work ethic? So I basically, tried to understand, the content and of each website or article.
Did you look at all of the results that turned up when you ran these historical searches?
I only
Scary, right?
reviewed the top 3.
Why did you choose the top 3?
So I reviewed the top 3 because research shows that about 50 to 75% of the people only click on the top 3. So I wanted to get the majority of the searches.
Wow.
Tom, I think we can take that down for now. Thank you.
Hamburger. The streets are watching.
What did you determine about the results that you found for the period prior to Ms. Hurd's first allegations of abuse?
So I determined that, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in any negative connotation. The web results were about his life and his career, his acting, his, pictures of him, relationships he was in, just pretty normal stuff.
And what did you determine about the top results after Ms. Hurd's initial allegations in 2016 and then the republication in the op-ed in 2018?
Okay.
Man, I mean, he's coming in with facts. And of course, Team Hurd is going to start freaking out because he's coming in with information being like, yo, you go on Google, and even Google, which obviously is watching everything we do as well, and they record everything that we type into our search engine, so be wary. They're even saying that stuff has come out saying that there was negative things about him after the op-ed. So this is crazy. Very telling.
Mr. Banya, what did you find about the results of the top web pages that you determined after Ms. Hurd's initial allegations and then again after the publication of the op-ed?
Yeah, so after the initial allegations in 2016, I found that the majority of them had to do with the alleged abuse. And then after I realized that the web pages that were dealing with the alleged abuse then started talking about is drinking and drinking and doing drugs. Bang. So it appeared to me that they became negative after 2016, but then after 2018, they even included, the alleged abuse, but also included the drinking and drug use.
Did you form any opinions
Damn
about
right.
the results that didn't refer to the allegations of abuse?
That didn't? I formed an opinion that, I'm not following your question, I'm sorry.
No kidding.
Sorry, we can move on. Did any of the results that you analyzed refer to Mr. Depp's work ethic?
No.
Did you form Any overall opinions about the results in the web pages that you looked at following Ms. Hurd's accusations of abuse?
Yes, as I stated, prior to 2016, the web pages were just about his daily life and career. After the 2016 marker point, they tended to include, the majority of them included, the allegations of abuse. And then after the 2018 op-ed, the ones that included the allegations of abuse were also talking about drinking and drug use.
What was your overall view of the connotation of those results then?
Yeah, so Mr. Depp was portrayed in a negative connotation after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and even more so after the 2018.
You mentioned you also looked at Q scores as part of your analysis. How are Q scores calculated?
Yeah, so Q scores, it's a survey of 1,800 people that happens twice a year. What they do is it's internet based, and they measure how well a celebrity or a brand is known, how much they're liked and how much they're disliked. Q scores, include sports figures, celebrities, even cartoon characters, brands. So that's how the scoring system works.
Do you have a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis that you prepared?
Yes.
Tom, could we have demonstrative C, please? And Mr. Banya, what does this tell us about the Q score analysis that you completed?
Yeah, so what this is saying, again, these spikes are the Google trends that you've already seen, but what I've overlaid are his Q scores shown in the red, green, and purple area. And as you recall, I wanted to find out his Q score prior to the allegations of abuse in 2016, where he had a positive Q score of 11 and a negative Q score, a positive Q score of 35 and a negative Q score of 11. And then I looked at the Q scores after, and then after the op-ed.
And what did you determine about those Q scores?
Yeah, so what you can see here, his positive Q score, which is represented in red, was a 35, and that was prior to the alleged abuse and the restraining order. Then after that, his Q score, positive Q score, dropped to a 31. And what that's saying is less people liked him after the date of the 2016 alleged abuse. And then his negative Q score went up from an 11 to a 16, which is telling you that more people disliked him during that time frame.
And what did you find about the final Q scores that you looked at for Mr. Depp?
Yeah, then you can see the Q score C that I have there in purple. His positive Q score went from a 31 to a 29. His negative Q score went from a 16 to a 15. So now his positive Q score dropped again from a 31 to a 29, meaning less people had a positive impression of Mr. Depp. And then his negative Q score did go from a 16 to a 15. So not as many people disliked Johnny during that time frame.
What are your overall opinions about the Q scores that you analyzed?
So my overall opinions are, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to analyze the Q scores during this snapshot of time. I wanted to understand what they were before, during, and after the op-ed. And what this tells me is his positive Q score went from a 35 to a 29, and then his negative went from an 11 to a 15. So what the Q scores is telling me is the public perception of Mr. Depp has been damaged. They like him less and they dislike him more.
Based on all of the analyses that you completed in this case, what are your final opinions about Mr. Depp's reputation over this period of time?
Yeah, so my opinions are that, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in a negative connotation prior to the 2016 allegations of abuse. And then Mr. Depp's image, he was portrayed in a negative connotation after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and then more so after the 2018 Washington Post op-ed. And then the Q scores represent that, the public thinks he's damaged. They think less likely of him. His positive Q score has gone down, and they don't like him even more because his negative Q score went from the 11 to the 15.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess of 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. Just stay right there for a second, sir.
That's wild. That is wild, y'all. But as you can see right now, we're seeing for ourselves. I mean, at least from Team Depp's team, they've been asking him all those questions and all that. They're showing that without a shadow of a doubt, this is clearly.
Sir, since you're in the middle of your testimony, you did not discuss your case even with the attorneys at this point or your testimony. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
But you can step down. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Okay. All right. So let's come back then at 3:35. All right. Does work? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's a 15-minute break. But as you could see, I mean, look, I mean, that's a lot of that information that they just gave just a second ago. I mean, that just shows proof positive that this op-ed had a lasting effect on Johnny Depp and on Johnny Depp's career. Now, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what team Hurd does here in a second, how they're going to cross-examine and ask this guy questions. I'm wondering if they're going to fall on their face because, you know, even for me, that's kind of a surprise. To me, this is not somebody I would expect to bring into court to talk about this thing. So that's smart. You see what I'm saying? It's a smart move to bring this person on because they have the analytics. They're able to go and look up all the information and go, okay, this is what's going on, so on and so forth. When during this time of his career, things are going really well. You know, there's maybe a few things, maybe a few negative things out there because the rumor mill is the rumor mill. But outside of that, nothing really bad. But then the restraining order, the op-ed, all that stuff, next thing you know, all that stuff starts coming out. Obviously, people are going to start looking it up more. It's during the height of the Me Too movement. So there's going to be a lot of people who are of course, on the side of justice for these men and women, or these women and men that have stepped forward and said, me too, right? So of course, Johnny Depp gets his name thrown into the mix, and then next thing you know, boom. It gets all over the place. It's all over Twitter. It's all over the social medias. Everyone's doing articles. Everyone's doing blogs. Everyone's doing videos about these allegations towards Johnny Depp. Now that it's all said and done, it's very interesting that this has gone down the way it has. And how he shows that, hey, this shows, at least in Google Analytics, that his image was tarnished. Once this op-ed came out, his image was tarnished. He was not looked at in a positive light. He has the facts. He has cold, hard facts in front of us. He's got the analytics. He's got the data. That's really big. That's big. That's big. So it's going to be interesting to see how the other side reacts to this when they go and start asking him questions. How are they going to respond? How are they going to look at this situation? Are they going to be like, yo, who the hell is this guy? Or, you know, so that they can understand what's going on too. But yeah, I think this Douglas Benyay, I forgot how to pronounce his last name. I'm just going to call him Benyay, okay? But Mr. Benyay came through with some hard facts. So it's going to be interesting to see what the other team, what Team Amber Hurd does. Are they going to come up and sit there and go, ooh, we got 15 minutes to pull some ish out of our ass? Because I'm sure a lot of us don't sit there and know all about this Google Analytics stuff. But you can't fake the facts. I mean, unless they tried to say that that data is doctored in some sort of way, but I really, really doubt that. So this is wild. I think this is very, very big. So we'll see what happens here in the next 10 minutes or so. You know what I mean? But this is big. You know? And then this is a nice surprise because, you know, the Mr. Marks that came on I guess the Hollywood negotiator, all right, if you will, for lack of a better term. He came on, he had great stuff. He did a very good job for what he was being slammed against the wall with all those questions and everything from Team Hurd's team. But now that we have this guy who's coming in with just hard facts, he's coming in with data. It's not about hearsay or a matter of opinion or in his professional opinion, so on and so forth. It's like, no, man, I can't say nothing but look at the Carfax. Look at the Carfax. You got it right here. Bang. Blah. Can't fight that. Can't fight it. So I'm interested to see what Team Hurd pulls out of their ass. Are they going to come in with some facts? Are they going to be coming in with good questions to ask, or are they going to just ask like 5 questions and go, yeah, he can kick rocks now? So it'll be interesting because, you know, we only have about they get done around 5. So they only have like an hour and a half left, you know, for today to ask whatever they need to ask with whatever witnesses that they end up calling to the stand. So this will be interesting to see how this all goes down because Team Hurd needs to find some sort of questions that are going to be damning for Johnny Depp with this guy, because this guy is just coming in with, you know what I mean? It's like, here's his financials. Like, I can't talk around this. I can't make anything up. I can't make this flowery and you know, I can't sweeten this up. This is what it is. What you see here is what you get. Boom. So it'll be interesting. Real talk. This is going to be interesting. And Stan, yeah, she won't stand Vlade. I'm sorry, I'm pronouncing your name, probably destroying it. So sorry, but she won't get on the stand now. No. So she won't be on the stand today. It looks like she'll be on the stand maybe tomorrow, like maybe in the tomorrow afternoon type ish, maybe after lunch break, because apparently they have plans on bringing somebody else to the stand. And actually, I do have that right here, which I will share with you guys with all the smiles on my face. Hold on one second. Oops. Since we got some time to kill really quick, I want to show you guys this article. Because this is, you know, shout out to the fam. Somebody let me know about this earlier in today's trial. And we definitely need to talk about it. We definitely need to talk about this right here. So Amber Heard's team, legal team, shifts tactics as actress prepares to testify. Johnny Depp had $22.5 million. I guess he had a deal for, as what they said, the manager said earlier today, for a Pirate 6 deal. And this is according to the manager. But the most important part, because we heard all this stuff, but the most important part here is about the fact that they have changed their game plan. They were going to put Amber Heard in first, but now they've changed their mind. And I'm wondering why they changed their rhythm. But let's go into it. So Amber Heard will now be the second witness for the defense as her team shifts tactics in the $50 million defamation trial with Johnny Depp. The Aquaman star, soon to probably not be the Aquaman 2 star anymore. Let's keep it real. We already know now that the movie has been cut down so much, right? So we already know about all that. She's been dwindled it down to 10 minutes of screen time in that movie because of how much backlash she's received. But here it is, the Aquaman star, had been set as the opening witness in the defense case, as Deadline exclusively revealed last week. However, as it is not unusual in such trials, events have pushed a shift in the approach. After the testimony of forensic psychologist Dr. Curry, we already heard about her. This was Johnny Depp's psychologist that was actually hired or brought in to do a diagnosis on an analysis on Miss Amber Heard. She gave her she has BPD, borderline personality disorder, and histrionic personality disorder. All right, during her testimony. So she was there, of course, on behalf of Johnny Depp on April 26th. Heard's legal team, led by Elaine Bredenhoff, I guess, and Ben Rottenborn, have decided to put clinical and forensic psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes on the stand in Fairfax County, Virginia, first on Tuesday. So this is what we know so far. I mean, of course, we're going to jump into the rest of this article, but what we have right here is I think that they're going to try to mimic somewhat the same pattern as Johnny Depp did. Actually, I take that back. It's backwards. I take that back because Johnny Depp went up first, said what he had to say about his experience with her, and then Dr. Curry, Shannon Curry, stepped up and said her diagnosis of Amber Heard. So they're doing a different approach. Maybe their psychologist, their own forensic psychologist, is going to come up and say, man, Johnny Depp is crazy. Run for the hills. He's terrible. He's this, that, and the third. You never, ever know. Clearly, we're going to hear some crazy stuff about maybe his addictions, his struggle with alcohol abuse, with drugs, etc. But at the same time, they're going to be talking about something that we already know. Where I'm not going to be surprised about the stuff they're going to say about Johnny Depp. We clearly know that he lives like a rock star, and that's it. Now, whether or not he has put his hands on Amber Heard, I mean, obviously that's up for the court to decide, and of course for the court of public opinion to decide as well. So far, he's coming out pretty victorious right now. Let's keep it real. But back into the article, Heard is now scheduled to follow Hughes' testimony in the defense's case this week. We heard reps for Heard had no comment on the schedule change when contacted by Deadline today, which Deadline is the article that I'm reading right now. Now, that's the thing. It's a question. We got 4 more minutes until we start rocking and rolling again in this trial. For the last hour and a half, will be about hour and 25 minutes left in the trial. And I guess I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this? You know, it's very interesting that they decided to go with the forensic psychologist first and then bring in Amber Heard second. My thoughts are maybe they think that their strongest argument, the strongest presentation is bringing in this psychologist first, letting them diagnose, break it down, so on and so forth, because maybe this forensic psychologist got some things up her sleeve. She got some information. Dr. Dawn Hughes, maybe she got some information that's going to shift the narrative a little bit, shift the vision of how everybody is looking at Johnny Depp right now. Because obviously right now we are looking at Johnny Depp like, he ain't done no wrong. People are always saying justice for Johnny Depp, so on and so forth. You never know. Maybe the psychologist comes out and says all kinds of stuff that is extremely exposing for Johnny Depp. You never know. Now, Heard and Hughes' respective testimonies comes in what is now the 4th week of a scheduled 5-week trial that started April 11th. I thought it was a 6-week trial, but I could be, obviously I'm wrong. Stemming from Depp's March 2019 lawsuit based on Heard's late 2018 Washington Post op-ed about DV. The much delayed proceedings will go dark next week as Judge Penny, I don't know how, as correct, I guess, has a previously arranged conference to attend. Okay. She must be going to a Comic-Con or something. I'm totally kidding. But she must be into cosplay. I don't know. I'm totally kidding. But she has another thing she has to go to for a week. So I guess that's why they're saying this is going to be a 6-week thing, because we got this week. Then next week, it looks like they're going to be off for that week. But then the following week, it gets back up and gets cracking, right? Yeah, a crime con. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, just straight up. She's going to a conference. So they got to take a little bit of a break. But yeah, like I said, this is going to be very interesting to see how all this goes down. And what do you guys think? What are you thinking of this trial so far, at least in today's cross-examinations, everybody's testimonies? How are you thinking is going so far? Me, it's been very, very interesting. Personally, I think it's very, very interesting. And of course, I think this has just been a very big piece of information bringing in this Mr. Beignet. I know that's not his last name, but I don't remember how to pronounce his last name right now. But obviously he's coming in with just the facts, Jack, just the facts. And I think it's going to be very big. So it's going to be telling how the rest of this cross-examination goes with Team Hurd. If Team Hurd comes in and falls on their face, I mean, they've already been falling on their face. Let's keep it real. So looks like they're back.
Ready for the jury?
Let's get it.
We have one exhibit to hand out.
Okay, one exhibit. Oh, good. That means you're only down one, right?
That's right.
Okay, perfect. This is 1639.
Oh, they're only
Thank
down
you.
one. Okay.
All right. Go ahead and get the jury. 1639.
15 months of marriage. You ain't wrong. Gongora, Jennifer, you ain't wrong. It's opened all of our eyes. You know? It's unbelievable. And Priya, absolutely. Priya, sorry. Absolutely. So let's see how they do now. And as the jury starts to walk in, I mean, obviously we still have to see what Team Hurd does. They had 15 minutes to sit there and just crunch, do a quick cramming of this whole situation to see what they can do. But yes, Freelance HD, the Google data is indisputable. Can't be argued. Absolutely. So I'm wondering how they're going to finesse around this ish. Real talk. Fascinating. Let's see if they fall on their face.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Beignet, you understand that this case is about the op-ed in December of 2018, correct?
I understand this case to be about the allegations of domestic abuse, both as it relates to the 2016 and the republication of that, and the 2018 Washington Post op-ed.
You understand that Mr. Depp is only suing Amber about the op-ed from December 2018, correct?
Damn right, Stan.
My understanding is, I can base my understanding on my analysis, which includes the 2016 allegations of
That's your analysis, but do you understand what Mr. Depp is suing Amber for in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you read the complaint in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp was only suing for the op-ed, about the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp was not suing Amber in this case from his complaint about the accusation she made in 2016, correct?
That is my understanding.
And you're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus how it was impacted when Ms. Hurd filed for divorce in 2016, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the same lawyer is coming in. He's going to try to be, he's trying to trip this guy up by trying to be vocally intimidating towards this guy. That's all it is. He's trying to do the whole no nonsense type of thing. And I mean, you can't fight the facts, man. You just can't fight the facts. You can't. What are you going to argue with Google? You're going to argue with programs that run these analytics and have all the data? You can't fight the cold hard facts here. You can't fight data.
Mr. Vanya, you took a deposition in this case?
Yes, I did.
And I was asking you the questions in that case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you took that deposition on March 21st, 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were under oath at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're under oath to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page
Wow.
83 of your transcript, which is on the 21st page of the...
I'm here.
Okay, and you see line 9?
Yes.
And I ask you, are you able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed versus how it was impacted by when Ms. Hurd filed for divorce? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom when a Sun writer called Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
Are you still reading from my deposition?
No, I'm asking you a question now.
Please repeat that.
You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom when a Sun writer called Mr. Depp a wife beater.
Objection compound, Your Honor.
Wow. Yeah.
Sustained.
You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom, correct?
My analysis shows that the web documents that I reviewed after the 2018 allegations.
Respectfully, this is a yes or no. This is a yes or no question.
But that's not.
Mr. Depp's
This is so
reputation was
ridiculous.
impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom.
That was not part of my analysis to carve that out.
And you didn't. You wouldn't. You were not able to separate it, correct?
I didn't try to.
Okay, and so you couldn't.
I didn't try it.
Okay. And you understand that the article Mr. Depp sued the Sun over had the headline that said, "How can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting wife beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?" Correct?
I don't recall if that's one of the articles I reviewed.
Do you know if that article came out before Ms. Hurd's op-ed?
I don't know.
Now, you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Hurd in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's career, correct?
Repeat that, please.
You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Hurd in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's career.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Hurd in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's reputation.
What I'm doing is
It's a yes or no. Are you offering an opinion to that or not?
My opinion is related to his public image.
You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Hurd in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's reputation, correct?
I'm not talking exactly about his reputation, correct?
Jesus.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Hurd in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's public image, correct?
I mean, I'm offering an opinion that after the 2018.
It's a yes or
his
no,
public
sir.
image-
It's a yes or no. You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Hurd in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's public image.
I am.
Turn to your deposition transcript, please. And if you go to page 74, which is on page 19.
This guy's a dick. I said it. This lawyer's a dick. Come on, y'all.
And you see line, are you there?
Yes.
You see line 1, starting on line 1. I asked you, and you're not going to testify how the December 2018 op-ed impacted Mr. Depp's public image. Answer, that's correct. That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Well,
that was
Johnny
your answer
Depp's
at the time, correct?
perception, is
Sir,
a
that was
negative
your answer at the
perception.
time, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And that was your answer on March 21st, 2022, correct?
Yes, the date of the deposition.
So that was a month and a half ago,
Right.
correct? Okay.
So?
And you're not offering an opinion as to whether the op-ed from Ms. Hurd made Mr. Depp more hireable or less hireable, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As to the articles that came up in the Google searches that you spoke about, it was you made the determination whether the articles had a, quote, negative connotation or not, right?
Correct.
And so that's just your view if an article had a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, that's my opinion that they had a negative connotation.
Right. So if an article criticizes Mr. Depp's acting, for example, you're not considering that article as having a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, correct?
Repeat that, please.
So if an article criticizes Mr. Depp's acting, you're not considering that article as having a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your analysis of Google spikes, the highest spike in searches for Mr. Depp was in January 2004, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I guess you guys have it. Can you put up the demonstrative 1236?
Yeah, you better grab that gummy bear.
And can you see that, Mr. Van? Can we make it just a little bit bigger?
Oh my Lord.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, A is where the most searches were conducted for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And that's from January 2004, correct?
Correct.
So that was 18 years ago?
Correct.
Okay. And that was when Ms. Hurd was 18 years old?
I don't know.
Okay. The top
Does that even
spike
matter?
you mark as 100, correct?
I did not mark that, but Google Trends identified that spike as 100.
And where it says 100, you don't know how many people actually searched for Johnny Depp at that point, correct?
Well, the Google Trends algorithm marks the highest point of search as 100, and then everything is compared to that as a ratio or a percent.
Okay.
So if you notice that A is 100, everything else is lower than that because everything is being compared to that highest point.
Right, so you don't know how many people actually did the search for Johnny Depp in January 2004, correct?
Correct.
It could be 100 or it could be 1 million, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know if it's actually human beings doing these
Thank you.
searches, correct?
Huh?
As opposed to
bots or something like that.
Oh my God.
I did
This dude's
not
really trying.
do an analysis to determine if there's a bot or a human being, but Google Trends is a tool that's going to show you during a time frame the highest point of search interest as 100.
Okay. But you don't know if it's humans, bots, my cat doing the searches, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
That's ridiculous. It's a dragon. It's aliens from space.
Now-
Are you kidding me?
In all of these Google spikes, Ms. Hurd's op-ed never came up as one of the top 3 searches in any of the Google spikes, correct?
This dude is an idiot.
Well, that is correct because Google Trends is based on a search of a word or a name. And because Mr. Depp's name was not mentioned in that op-ed, Google Trends did not pick that up.
So a person does a search for Johnny Depp and the op-ed doesn't come up, correct?
In my analysis, the op-ed did not come up.
And in fact, the red dotted line all the way to the right, that shows when the op-ed was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the searches are actually going down right after the red line, correct?
As opposed to the searches in 2004?
Look at the red line, look at the red dotted line, and you have two points here,
This is
right there.
amazing.
Those go down from the time of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that the next, I guess, spike happens in March of 2019, correct? Right there.
Yes.
And do you know that it was March of 2019 when Mr. Depp sued Amber Heard in this case?
No, I didn't look at that date.
Right. You didn't look at any articles for this bullet, correct?
That's correct.
And since Ms. Heard's op-ed came out on December 18th, 2018, you would agree with me that by definition, all the spikes you analyzed before December 18, 2018 could not have been caused by the op-ed, right?
Correct.
So articles about Mr. Depp's drug use before December 2018 could not have been caused by the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you, in this chart, analyze only 2 spikes after the op-ed, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And the first spike you analyzed after December 2018 is V, correct?
Yes.
And is that January 2020?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. So that's January 2020 is over a year after the op-ed by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the next spike you analyzed was T, correct?
Yes.
And that was in approximately July 2020?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a year and a half after Ms. Hurd's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
And again, none of the articles, and then for V and T, if I understand it, you then analyze the top 3 searches that came up, or the top 3 websites that came up after a search?
Correct.
Okay. And none of the articles you analyzed in those Google spikes after the op-ed were the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that the headlines of the articles over a year after the op-ed that you analyzed were about Mr. Depp suing the Sun in the UK for a Sun writer calling Mr. Depp a wife beater?
You would have to pull those articles back up. I don't have those in front of me.
Isn't it true that the article, and just so I understand it, V and T, that would mean there were 6 articles, correct, that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that the article on February 26, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp's disturbing alleged text messages read aloud in court as libel lawsuit begins?
Again, I don't have that article in front of me. I did produce those as part of my analysis. I don't have that in front of me if you'd like to show it to me.
And you understand that that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, not about the op-ed, correct?
Again, I did not have that in front of me.
And another article that came up on February 27th, 2020 is one of the top 3 hits when you search for Johnny Depp. What the headline was, quote, let's burn Amber, texts allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about X read in court.
I mean, if you want to talk about these articles, we need to bring them up.
This is your opinion. You don't recall what articles you analyzed?
I mean, there's a lot of articles here. I didn't memorize each title.
There were 6 articles that you analyzed in the almost 2 years after the op-ed.
All right, can you bring those up and we can talk about them?
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial. You don't recall one way or the other whether that was one of the articles in either V or T?
Again, I know if you want to bring up my documents, I know document 9J, 9O, 9K, and 9M are mentioning the op-ed. Again, I don't have those in
And
front of me.
when you say mentioning the op-ed, does that mean that it just references that Mr. Depp sued Amber Heard in Fairfax?
No, it talks about how he's alleged to have abused her as it relates to the op-ed.
Doesn't it say, I mean, another headline from July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You understood that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, correct?
Objection asked and
I
answered.
didn't ask about that.
Overruled.
Again, I would like to talk about these articles, but I need to see them.
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, all the nasty bits of the UK trial, and it's all nasty. That was in point T, correct?
Again, I do not have that list in front of me. If you'd like to bring that up, we could talk about it.
And you understood that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, correct?
I do not.
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp claims in the Sun he beat ex-wife, complete lies, court told. That was the quote, correct?
I don't see that here.
That was in your report, correct?
I would have to look at the documents again. I would be happy to discuss them if you would bring those up.
And then you previously had a chart that had articles from November 2020, correct?
I'm sorry, say that?
You previously had a chart that included articles from November 2020, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach on
Okay,
this?
sure.
Man, oh man. They are trying, y'all. He is trying. I feel like everything is just a stretch, in my personal opinion. It's a full-on stretch. Real talk. Man.
You understood it was Mr. Depp's decision to sue the Sun, correct?
I don't know. That's not part of my analysis.
Now, you talked about Q scores in your testimony.
Coffee Girl, I'm wondering if that's badgering the witness too, but they're not
And you
saying
testified
anything.
about 3 particular Q scores for Mr. Depp, right?
3 periods of time are the Q scores that I analyzed.
And you're not offering an opinion as to why Mr. Depp's Q scores changed, correct?
That's correct.
And Q scores can go up and down for actors for any sort of reason, correct?
That's possible.
You recall testifying that they could go up and down for any sort of reason in your deposition.
Yeah, they can go up and down for many different reasons.
So you're not offering an opinion that Mr. Depp's Q scores were damaged because of Ms. Hurd's op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And in comparing the Q scores from before the op-ed to the Q scores after the op-ed, Mr. Depp's Q scores dropped by 2 points, correct?
I don't have those Q scores in front of me, but if you're looking at them, I believe.
We can show the 3rd page of this demonstrative.
What was your question, please?
Mr. Depp's positive Q scores from B to C dropped by 2 points, correct?
Yes.
You're not an expert on statistics, correct?
Correct.
And even though you're not an expert, you have an idea about what the term statistically significant means, correct?
Yes.
And statistical significance is a measure of whether your findings are meaningful, right?
Yes, I don't think you need statistics to understand Q scores.
And you don't know if there's any significance to a drop in 2 points in positive Q score, correct?
Well, there absolutely is. When you're ordering Q scores on the points in time.
Mr. Banya, go to your deposition, page 113, which is on 29.
Okay.
At 10, page 113, line 10, it says, so you're not offering an opinion as to the significance of a change in Q score, correct? Answer, correct.
Well, you're talking about statistically a difference. What I'm talking about is how we use Q scores in the industry. When you see a Q score dropping from a 31 to a 29, there's an issue. Is this somebody you really want to hire to endorse your products or your service? No, Probably not. You want to look into what is going on in the public to make these Q scores drop like that.
And you don't know exactly the significance between 5 or 6 points of drop in Q score, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and it shows here that Mr. Depp's negative Q score actually got better from point B to point C, correct?
Correct.
So that's actually better for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you understand that Dr. Alan Jacobs reviewed your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Jacobs reviewed additional Q score data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 889 at 117? Mr. Banya, do you understand this as a chart of Mr. Depp's Q scores from winter 2012 through summer of 2021?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to question the Q scores that are shown in this chart?
Like I said in my deposition, I've not received the actual data to build this chart, but I don't have any reason to not believe that this is accurate.
As I understand it, Q scores are performed on a celebrity like Mr. Depp twice a year, correct?
Yes.
So there's winter of a particular year, and then there's summer of a particular year?
Yes.
And the winter scores come out around February, is that right?
I don't have that information in front of me, but it sounds right.
And so would you know when the summer scores come out?
I don't.
Okay. And this chart shows, well, permission to publish this chart as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I don't think this witness has laid an appropriate foundation for it, Your Honor.
He said he has no reason to question the Q scores.
I'll allow it as a demonstrative. That's fine.
And so this chart shows Mr. Depp's positive and negative Q scores, correct?
Correct.
And the positive Q scores are in blue.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Can you blow it up a little bit, Michelle? And the negative Q scores are in red?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach for a
Yes.
moment?
Wow. This is going to be very interesting. I didn't know how they were going to be able to finesse this, but lo and behold, they are trying. This lawyer is really trying to finesse this ish. So the question remains, is this going to stick? You know what I mean?
Mr. Banya, the positive Q score for Mr. Depp in the winter of 2012 is 42, correct?
It's in between. Yeah, it's in between 40 and 45.
Okay. And did you check the actual Q scores that Mr. Jacobs demonstrated in his report?
No, my analysis was a snapshot of time. I wanted to know Johnny Depp's Q scores directly before the 2012 allegations, the 2016 allegations of abuse, and after.
Okay. And you see here that the positive Q scores for Mr. Depp dropped from 42 in the winter of 2012 to 35 in the summer of 2016, correct?
Yes.
That's a 7-point drop, correct?
Yes.
And that's before Ms. Hurd had her divorce filing, correct?
That's correct.
And that drop in Mr. Depp's positive Q scores could have nothing to do with Ms. Hurd's op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And that drop could have nothing to do with the allegations Ms. Hurd made after the divorce filing, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that the positive Q scores actually start to show an increase for Mr. Depp after the op-ed? There's a decrease and then there's an increase?
Yep.
And the same for the negative Depp Q scores. There's a bit of a positive and then it goes down, correct?
Yes.
So really the op-ed had no effect on Mr. Depp's Q scores, correct?
As I mentioned, my analysis looked at the snapshot of time, and it shows that he was harmed, from before the allegations of abuse in 2016 to after the op-ed in 2018.
You looked at 3 Q scores, and you could have looked at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I won't even count the 2021 scores. 18 Q scores, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And you looked at 3, right?
That's correct.
And that's what you're basing your opinion on, that the op-ed damaged Mr. Depp's Q scores?
Yeah, so what we need to
That's my
understand is
yeah,
Q scores
my question is a
do
yes or
go
no.
up
Your
and
counsel can
down.
come back and
And
ask
what
you
I
whatever you
wanted
want.
to do
Your
is
Honor.
I wanted to
Sir,
analyze.
sir, if you could just answer his yes or no
Oh,
question,
sorry.
that's fine.
I didn't hear your question.
You looked at
Ask it
3
again.
Q scores instead of 18 Q scores, correct?
That's correct.
And did you look at the Q scores at all after the Dan Wooten article that came out in April of 2018?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
I don't think I asked that.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Man, due to something else.
Mr. Banya, on cross-examination, you were
Banya.
asked some questions about the fact that you made a determination about which of these articles had a negative connotation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that something that you do in situations other than in your analysis in this case?
Yeah. So in non-litigation, when we're building brand monetization strategies, and especially if you're going to work with a celebrity or an athlete, you want to look at what's going on out there, about that personality. Because celebrities and athletes, Q scores can go up and down. You want to analyze the time and see what's going on out in the media. Do I really want my client to license in a celebrity that there's problems out there, or an athlete? So yes, it's important to look at this.
And I believe you were asked whether you're offering an opinion in this case about the impact of the op-ed on Mr. Depp's public image. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that you are offering an opinion on that. Is that right?
Yes.
What's that opinion?
Well, the opinion is that he's portrayed in a negative connotation after that date.
And with respect to the Q scores that you analyzed, Mr. Nadelhoff was asking you about the 3 points in time that you looked at. Why, in your opinion, was it appropriate to look at just those 3 Q scores?
Yeah, as I was trying to explain, Q scores do go up and down. We're analyzing a period of time. We want to see what's happening right before an event, during that event, and if there's another event after that event. And that is our area of analysis. So that's why just these 3 sets of Q scores are the appropriate way to analyze this.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, sir, do not discuss your testimony with anybody since you are subject to recall, but since you are an expert, you are allowed to stay in the courtroom if you wish, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hamburger.
All right, you can step down.
Okay.
Who next? Who be next,
All right,
Deb?
your next witness.
You got more?
Your Honor, I believe we're calling Aaron Filati by deposition.
Oh,
Aaron.
okay.
Aaron Filati.
And, Your Honor, there are a few exhibits, or at least 2 exhibits that I think you guys saw those.
Could you put, I'm sorry, could you put your microphone?
The approach, there's 2 exhibits that we have.
Okay. All right, well, we're,
Okay. So I guess there's something else going on. Aaron Filati, whoever that is, we're about to find out who Aaron Filati is. But they got some more stuff that they want to put out. You know, Team Hurd's team has some, I guess, some exhibits that they want to use or bring in. I guess we're gonna wait and see what happens with that as well. But yeah, this is crazy. That was interesting. That was an interesting from Team Hurd's cross-examination. That was very interesting. And obviously, there's only about 45 minutes until they are absolutely done for the day, or until they wrap up for the day. And so, yeah, I mean, what say you guys? What say you? What are your thoughts on this? You know what I mean? Do you think that this was good? That cross-examination was solid? Because I could see what Team Hurd's lawyer was, that, or one of the lawyers. I don't know that guy's name because that's not Rottenborn. But I'm curious. You can see that what he was trying to basically get across. You know, you can basically see that, okay, these Q scores and all that stuff, like, don't really, they just seem to have stayed the same. Like nothing's really changed. Maybe his scores went down, but they went down before the op-ed started going off. So through that analysis, I could see that. So it's a solid argument. He was just being a dick. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to keep it real. You know, I'm not going to be all diplomatic about this. He just wasn't a nice guy, you know, and he was just trying to intimidate this man while he's on the stand. You could tell that's his MO, that lawyer, you know, on Team Hurd's side. He's just going in and just trying to ask quick questions. And he's like, don't explain it, just yes or no. Just, that's all I'm asking. Yes or no. Let's go. Don't explain all this BS. And I'm sure it's frazzling a lot of the people who are going up there. They're just, because it's very abrupt and curt. And that's probably the reason why he's on Team Hurd's. He's been hired by Team Hurd. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I guess it all comes down to looking at those analytics. He came in on the side of Depp. So it's, like I said before, it's just interesting. And I'm interested to see what kind of team or what kind of people are brought in on behalf of Amber Heard, over the next, over the next few days. They should be coming starting tomorrow. So I guess this will be the last person for the day. And we'll see how this goes. But this lady, I don't know who this lady is. So it'll be interesting to hear what she says here as well. But yeah, I see that lawyer's point. Not sitting here saying I'm for it, but I see his point. I'm not sitting here saying that I appreciated his approach to Mr. Beignet, but at the same time, I see his point. So it might not be, depending on how you look at it, it might not be relevant at all having Beignet on there, but we'll see. We'll see for sure. Let's see. What is it? Steve Richards. I think the statistics can't catch the full image damage. Yep.
All right.
That Johnny
Your
received.
next witness,
Absolutely.
then?
Thank
It's just
you, Your Honor. Plaintiff
data.
calls Aaron Filati,
Aaron
also known as Aaron
Filati.
Borem Filati, and Ms. Hurd's counsel begins the questioning.
Thank you.
Aaron Filati. I don't know who Aaron Filati is, but okay, we're going to find out. We about to find out who she is. And let's see what they can do in 40 minutes. You see what I'm saying?
Aaron Filati.
Oh, video.
And is Borum your maiden name?
Correct.
Okay. So Borum was your last name in the 2014 to 2016 timeframe, correct?
That's correct.
Have you communicated with anybody else from Mr. Depp's counsel other than Ms. Vasquez?
Not that I recall. Oh, excuse me. I do. I don't remember his name. I'm so sorry. I feel like I spoke with him. I don't know his last name.
Did you speak to or communicate with Adam Waldman?
Perhaps. I don't recall his last name.
And do you recall when that occurred?
That would have been 2019 because I had a newborn at that time. So maybe May, June, July, something like that, 2019.
So this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Waldman?
It appears so.
Okay. And do you recall speaking to Mr. Waldman at all?
Yes.
And do you recall that when you were communicating with Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's attorney?
Yes.
Ms. Vladi, you're a trained nurse, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any specialties?
Well, I haven't been working, like I used to, but previously I was trained in addictions and mental health.
And when you say addictions, are there specific type of addictions you were trained in?
All, but I primarily worked with chemical dependency.
And where did you receive training for addiction and mental health?
Different employment places, and then I became a certified registered addictions nurse.
You know who Dr. David Kipper is, correct?
Correct.
Did you work for Dr. Kipper?
Not directly, but he would hire the agency I provided nursing services for, which was Turning Point, I believe. So I worked under his guidance, but not specifically for him. Most of the time. There have been times where I've worked specifically for him.
Okay. When did you start working for Turning Point Nursing Services, or whatever the name of that company was?
I don't recall. My best guess would be somewhere between 2007 or 8.
And when did you start to begin to do any work for Dr. Kipper?
I believe 2014.
What were the circumstances that started you working for Dr. Kipper in 2014?
If I recall correctly, it would be for services for Ms. Hurd.
Were you ever responsible for Mr. Depp's nursing care while he was under the treatment of Dr. Kipper?
I provided him with nursing care.
Exhibit 2. So Ms. Falati, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2 to your deposition. And these are AH-TPD 16929 through 16959. And is that the paper documents you have, a set of the paper documents you have in front of you? Part of it.
The first page.
And the first page might have said at the bottom also K182.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. Do you recognize these as your, what are these?
These are my nursing notes.
Wow.
Kept for Ms. Hurd. Yes.
And these are notes you created?
Yes.
Did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trained in how to prepare these notes?
Yes.
Would you write these how long after the visit would you write up these notes?
Would depend. Sometimes I would keep notes on my phone that I would transfer to the Word document when I was in front of my laptop. And if not possible, I would do it as soon as feasible.
Wow.
And how often would you show these notes to Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall. At intervals, but I don't recall.
So if you look at the first page of the notes,
wow.
The first entry is August 27th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
And
says that she's bipolar in here too.
You wrote RN has been hired to provide private nursing care for client Amber Hurd, right?
Correct.
Right. And RN refers to you, correct? And an RN means registered nurse, correct?
Correct.
And throughout the notes, and you say this here, Amber Hurd would be referred to as client or AH, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Johnny Depp would be referred to as JD?
That's correct.
Would you agree that Mr. Depp and Amber would get into verbal arguments?
I recall a general sense of discord in the relationship.
And what do you mean by general sense of discord?
I just recall there being disagreements, reconciliation, and kind of that repeating pattern.
And would you be at times taking care of Amber because of the disagreements between Mr. Depp and Amber?
I provided emotional support. I was not present with her often, but was available over the phone, via text, and sometimes in person.
Do you recall that in March 2015, Amber went to Australia to be with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I remember she went to Australia. As to the dates, I would have to look through documentation to ascertain the exact dates.
Okay. And on Exhibit 2, this is your note of March 7th, 2015?
That's correct.
And you wrote, client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety?
Yes, I wrote that.
And then on 3/8/15, you wrote, RN received report from Debbie RN. Debbie being Debbie Lloyd, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall what the report you received was on March 8th, 2015 from Debbie?
I mean, I'm just reading my notes.
Sure.
So to answer your question, no, I don't recall specifics of what the report would have been. I assume, based on this note, that would have been a phone call.
Okay. And it says, client will be returning to Los Angeles on March 9th, 2015, accompanied by house manager Ben. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding as to why Amber was leaving Australia in March of 2015?
Yes. I don't know if this is the exact timing, but you know better than I, there was an incident in Australia and they had to be, Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp had to be separated. So Ms. Hurd returned to Los Angeles per my nursing notes. And I believe Mr. Depp must have stayed in Australia.
What was your understanding as to why Mr. Depp and Amber had to be separated?
It's hard to recall specifics because I wasn't there or involved at the time, but became involved again. I remember hearing from other people that there was quite an argument between the two in Australia.
Do you have any understanding if anyone was injured during the argument between Amber and Mr. Depp?
Physically injured?
Physically, yeah.
Again, I wasn't present, so I'm only speaking as to what I recall during that time period and what I sort of remember hearing from others. And also, I just remember Mr. Depp's finger was injured. I can't tell you specifically which one, but I remember there was an injury to his finger.
Do you have any understanding as to how his finger was injured?
No.
And then, Aaron, you wrote the next note on March 9th, 2015 that says RN and CT in touch via text and phone calls after client arrived at 1500.
Yes, I wrote that.
Okay. And 1500, you're using military time, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 3 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And you wrote client expressed feeling, quote, sad, right?
Yes, I wrote that.
So do you recall what Amber was sad about at approximately March 9th, 2015?
I can't speak to the, I don't remember specifically, but I would assume based on my March 8th note, I would make the assumption that those feelings were in relation to the relationship issues.
You wrote, client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Plans are made for RN to visit client at her home tomorrow.
Yes, I wrote that.
Do you recall the conversation you had with Amber regarding the events between her and Mr. Depp at around this March 9th, 2015 timeframe?
No, I don't recall specifics.
You recall anything in general?
I really don't, I'm sorry.
Did Amber express any fear of Mr. Depp at this time?
Don't recall. I don't see that in this note, so I can't speak to that.
And then the note for March 10th, 2015, you see that note?
I do.
We can take this down. We put up attachment 25, please.
Stand by. Exhibit 4.
Ms. Velati, I'm showing you a text chain between you and Whitney Hurd on March 23rd, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And on March 23rd, 2015, you texted to Whitney Hurd, Debbie just told me what's going on and to check with you, is Amber awake or fall asleep? Do you see that?
Do.
And then Ms. Hurd wrote she finally fell asleep. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Then you wrote, thank goodness, she must be exhausted.
I'm sorry, just to confirm, this is from Whitney Hurd, not Amber Hurd, correct?
as I understand it, it says with Hurd. Is that your understanding?
I assume. Thank you.
And then do you recall ever communicating with Whitney Hurd via text or chat?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. And you wrote, "Thank goodness, she must be exhausted. You want me to come to the loft, or is she safe and sound asleep?" You see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And then Whitney wrote, "Safe? Question mark. No, she's not. Kept saying she wants to kill herself." You see that?
See that?
Were you ever concerned about Miss Hurd's safety as it relates to Mr. Depp?
So if she made comments to me that she was not safe, I would be concerned about her to ensure that she was safe. Yes.
Do you recall Miss Hurd making comments to you about her safety?
I remember a general sense when they, meaning Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, would have arguments. She would often have her friends around her for support. But from a general, physical sense, she was always in a safe place.
And you mean in a general physical sense, she was always in a safe place? What do you mean by that?
Meaning she was always, not always, I should say, often home, often surrounded with friends. She had friends that lived right down the hallway from her, so she was always supported.
Was Mr. Depp friends with Marilyn Manson?
Yes, I believe.
Ms. Filati, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 7, and these are texts that Mr. Depp produced between you and him. And I'm focusing on this text message of October 31st, 2015. You see that? Well, so this text message between you and Whitney is on March 23rd, 2015. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go back to Exhibit 2, and I'll go back. Oops. There's no entry for March 23rd, 2015.
Yeah.
You see that? Not everything you did for Miss Hurd as a nurse is reflected in these notes, correct? And the next notes we have are November 25th, 2015. Do you know why there's a long period where there's no notes?
Yes. Perhaps I can shed some light for you and everyone on the relationship. When I was first hired to care for Ms. Hurd, I worked full-time. I was assigned 24/7 basically. And after a period of time, I became more part-time and on call. And I was working with different clients at the time. So I would, how to put it, I would not be working regularly, but would also be available if an issue arose or a medication change needed or things like that. So I would assume that would account for this gap.
Why did you move from full-time to part-time?
I don't know the exact answer, but I assume that's not my decision to make. That's usually the client and or treating physician.
Okay, so that's the first page of Exhibit 2.
Yes, thank you. So if you can you go down to, it's about the third paragraph, a little bit, yes. Her report from JD, which refers to Mr. Depp, Debbie, RN, and Dr. Kipper. Client AH, which is Ms. Hurd, has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. From what I remember, when I was involved in the case, it was to help assist Ms. Hurd with some emotional issues, anxiety issues, in attempts to assist, in layman's term, kind of calming things down a bit.
Do you recall any examples that you knew of anger and rage showed by Amber?
Anger and rage.
I do recall seeing her very angry. I have to refer to my notes. It was in London, so that would have been 2014. And I believe it was in reference to a violating incident where her phone had been hacked and she was quite upset. I saw her angry at that time, and other times I don't recall.
Were you in London with Amber at the time?
Yes.
And how was Amber showing her anger?
I recall loud, kind of elevated voice, yelling, crying, quite upset.
Do you recall receiving a call from Amber around December 16th, 2015 regarding this argument between Mr. Depp and Amber?
I don't recall a specific phone call.
Doesn't recall.
Would you doubt that a phone call occurred if you wrote it down in your notes?
If I wrote it, I don't doubt that it occurred. I just don't have memory of it.
And now you see the note on December 17th, 2015?
Yes.
And you wrote RN in contact with client to notify her that she'd be able to deliver medications to her home. RN waited at door for several minutes after knocking. Client greeted RN at door looking disheveled. Hair appeared unbrushed. Client appeared weepy and sad. Posture is slouched. Client told RN about argument with husband. RN offered emotional support, but reminded client that RN could not stay as was on duty with another client and was only visiting in order to deliver medication. Per client, she had not had contact with husband since altercation. Client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. When RN made client aware that she was actively bleeding on her lip, client stated it was from injury sustained in the, and then it's blank. You see that? And then we can keep going down in the argument between her and her husband, and that it continues to bleed actively. You wrote that?
Yes.
And then you also wrote clients also states that her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. You wrote that?
I assume so. It's in my notes.
Okay. And then you wrote, RN briefly looked at client's scalp but was unable to visualize the hematomas client had described. You wrote that?
Yes, I would agree.
And then you wrote, RN encouraged client to be seen by physician Dr. Kipper or go to emergency urgent care for thorough assessment. You see that?
I do.
And then you wrote, client states she will contact Dr. Kipper tomorrow. Client is supported by friends Rocky and IO who will be staying in client's home with her. You wrote that?
I agree, yes.
Okay. And then on December 18th, 2015, you wrote, client states she went to Dr. Kipper's office and was assessed by NP Monroe T as Dr. Kipper was out of the office. You wrote that?
Yes,
And NP stands for nurse practitioner.
that's correct.
And you understand Monroe T stood for Monroe Tinker.
Yes,
Do you recall if Mr. Depp ever forgot to take any of his medication?
at a specific time or ever?
In any time where you were working with him?
I would say vaguely, yes.
Ms. Bellotti, I'm showing it's been marked as Exhibit 11 to your deposition, which is Bellotti 96 through 106. You see that?
Yes.
You recall receiving this text message, right?
I have a vague memory of this.
Do you recall if you spoke to Amber after you received this text message? Or at any time after you received this text message around May 21st, May 22nd, 2016?
Are you saying a phone call or just?
Yeah. Phone call.
I don't really recall.
It could have happened, you just don't recall one way or the other?
Yes, it's Hurd's lawyer.
I would agree with that.
And you received this picture from Amber?
That's correct.
What is this picture of?
I was just asking if you could scroll down. Could you rewind it just a little?
Ms. Hurd.
And does the picture show redness under Miss Hurd's eyes?
You can answer as a lay person if she has such an opinion. If you have an opinion one way or the other, you can let them know.
I'm not an expert, so I mean, there's color on her face in different areas. I don't know what's what.
And you received this first picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m., correct?
That's the timestamp there.
And you received another picture at 12:36 a.m.?
It appears so.
And who do you see in that picture?
Also Ms. Hurd.
And you received a third picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m.?
Yes, it appears so.
And is that third picture of Amber?
Yes, that's Ms. Hurd.
And you received the fourth picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m.?
Then yes.
And this fourth, I think just so it's clear, the fourth picture is of Amber, correct?
That's correct.
And you received that at 12:36 a.m.?
Yes, that's the timestamp.
And these are pictures of Amber's face, correct?
Yes, that's a picture of her face and neck.
Do you recall you recall receiving those pictures?
Like I said, I have a vague memory of this, but I don't specifically remember receiving it.
Okay. Do you know if you reported these pictures or what Ms. Hurd reported to you to Dr. Kipper?
I would assume that if any information was presented to me, I would have contacted Dr. Kipper.
And do you know how you would have contacted Dr. Kipper?
No, I depending on the date, time, I would sometimes call, email, text.
Do you recall if you wrote nurse notes for this incident?
I don't recall.
Do you want us to look at Exhibit 2?
That's the nursing notes?
Yeah. Why don't we do that? So there's notes for May 11th, 2016. You see that?
Yeah.
And then the next notes for May 26th, 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you didn't include notes for May 21st, 2016?
I don't know.
And on May 26th, you wrote, client texted RN requesting Ambien as she states she's suffering from insomnia due to stress and anxiety. Client reports, quote, having the hardest week of my life, end quote. You wrote that?
Yes.
And you wrote, client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Dr. Kipper notified Ambien 10 milligrams, QHS PRN 14 ordered. Per Dr. Kipper, client is encouraged to make appointment with Dr. Kipper in office to be assessed. Client did not respond. You wrote that?
Yes.
Ms. Vladdy, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 12 to your deposition, which is Alati 114 through 119. You can take a look through them. It appears to be notes of when you were Mr. Depp's nurse, as opposed to Ms. Hurd. But feel free to take a look.
That's correct. I think these are my nursing notes in relation to Mr. Depp.
So client now is Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct, because these nursing notes are in reference to Mr. Depp. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in the nursing note for April 23rd, 2015, you wrote that Dr. Kipper will introduce Rosalind Phillip to Debbie RN and clients Amber H. and Johnny Depp. Debbie RN will assist in coordinating session appointments between clients and Ms. Phillips. Do you know if Mr. Depp and Amber ever saw Rosalind Phillip?
I don't know.
And at Pilati 117, it shows notes for June 7th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
You wrote, the following medications were approved per Dr. Kipper to be given to the client, and then there's a list of medications. You wrote these notes, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you understand that Mr. Depp was taking those medications as of June 7th, 2016?
For this nursing note, it appears that he was taking these medications listed.
And then there's a nursing note for June 26, 2016. You see that?
Yes.
And it says, you wrote, client is going through divorce with wife Amber H. and is dealing with the loss of his mother, passed away 1 month ago. Client was provided with the divorce request from wife AH 3 days after mother passed away. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that?
Yes.
So was it your understanding that Amber asked for a divorce?
This note says that Mr. Depp was provided with divorce request from Ms. Hurd, so it appears she was the one requesting the divorce.
Right, and you wrote, next, client states he was not aware AH wanted divorce and expresses confusion regarding AH's desire to terminate marriage. You wrote that?
Yes.
Is that what Mr. Depp told you?
Wow.
I would assume if I wrote it in my notes.
Then you wrote, client's divorce has been highly publicized and wife AH has been accused him of several character damaging allegations, including domestic violence. You wrote that, correct?
Correct.
Was this on did you write this based on information Mr. Depp provided you?
I don't know. I would assume that I've had discussions with him regarding this, considering that this is a nursing note for Mr. Depp.
Did Mr. Depp tell you his character had been damaged as of June 2016?
I don't recall. I have to go by what my note says here. So it alludes to that's something that he had discussed.
And you see where he wrote, client states he felt helpless previously, but is now angry at AH and wants to clear his name. Mr. Depp told you that?
Again, I don't recall for sure, but I would go back to my nursing notes because those were written more at the time. So I would assume that he and I discussed that.
Okay, farther down, you wrote RN assisted client in processing feelings and encouraged client to continue utilizing individual therapy as he responded well to RN's use of therapeutic communication. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that, correct?
Yes.
Then you wrote client is resistant, stating, quote, I don't want anyone like Amber's wife therapist. He has only made things worse, end quote.
I most definitely do.
Yes.
And you wrote that?
Yes.
And where it's quotes, I don't want anyone like Amber's therapist. He's only made things worse. That was something that Mr. Depp told you?
Again, as I have it in quotations, I assume he made that statement.
A little farther down, you wrote, throughout RN's visit, client maintains attention and is actively participating in conversation. Client consumed 3 vodka drinks during RN's seven-hour visit. Client did not eat during visit and drank water only with several prompts from RN. RN educated client on possible interactions between prescribed medication and alcohol. Client verbalized understanding, but stated, quote, right now I need a little alcohol for all the bad things I'm going through, end quote. You wrote those lines?
Yes.
See, the document speaks best as to how many drinks Mr. Depp had?
Correct.
And that Mr. Depp drank 3 vodka drinks during your visit?
That's what my note says.
Then you said RN provided one-on-one emotional support and encouraged clients to limit and or abstain from alcohol and illicit drugs. You wrote that?
Yes.
Do you recall why you told Mr. Depp to abstain from illicit drugs?
No, but I did, and not just with Mr. Depp, but in my line of nursing, provide education always with any medication clients are on and contraindications.
You know if Mr. Depp ever took any illicit drugs during the 2014 to 2016 timeframe?
I don't know. I didn't witness him using any illicit drugs, so I can't speak to that.
Your Honor, at this point, the questioning switches over to questions for by counsel for Mr. Depp. That's all right with us, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, let's go ahead and break for the evening. We will see you in the morning. Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, all right? And we'll have the rest of this tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you.
Well, sorry, I'm hungry, guys. Well, there you have it, guys. That was today. Obviously, she didn't take the stand. She may take it tomorrow, depending on how long this.
All right, so we'll see everybody at 10 o'clock tomorrow, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Depending on how long this other testimony, this other cross-examination goes, it could very well be, she might not even go on until Wednesday, like the people were saying before, where certain articles were saying before. But this has been very interesting, y'all. I was hoping that she would be on first at the top of the week, at least beyond a specific time. But it looks like it is. We're gonna hear this nurse again tomorrow, and then I'm assuming we're gonna hear the psychologist, the forensic psychologist that they have coming up, and then after that, boom. After that, hopefully it'll be Amber Heard. But for a fact, tomorrow will most likely be 90% of it will be that forensic psychologist. For a fact, they're going to be asking all kinds of questions. They're going to be doing all kinds of stuff. So we'll see what happens here. This has been, this was very, very fascinating for lack of a better term. It was I'm glad we were able to go through it and talk about it and see this trial. And I know that a lot of us were waiting for Amber Heard to be taking the stand today, but it's all good. She'll be on sooner than you know. She might be on tomorrow. She might be on at the very, very end of the day. You just never know. But we will be watching. We will be checking it out because, like I said, they still have the rest of the questioning on Johnny Depp's team to question this nurse that they just had on. And then right after that, most likely, I'm assuming right after that, they will be bringing in their the next person, which is supposed to be Dr. Dawn Hughes, and she is a forensic psychologist. So hopefully tomorrow will be epic and very revealing, and we are going to be watching it without a shadow of a doubt. So I appreciate all y'all for being on here and chopping it up with me. Real talk. Because couldn't have done this, sat through this and done 7 hours. 7 hours, y'all. That's the first time I've ever done 7 hours. That's the longest I've ever done. I've done 4. I've done about 4 hours, but I've never done 7 hours in my life. But that was the first one for me, and we got a plenty more coming up. Tomorrow we'll be back on tomorrow morning to chop it up. I might be on in a few hours to talk about a different story that's been percolating and I've been wanting to sit down and talk with you guys about here. But for the meantime, I got to go and eat. I got to go and stretch my legs and kind of be part of society right now. So I appreciate all y'all for being on. I will be on tomorrow morning to watch this as well. So if you enjoyed watching it with me and all that, going through all this, please be sure to tune in tomorrow morning because I will be on watching this trial for the next few days. Real talk, because I'm waiting to see her come up. I want to see her come up and talk. So I'm looking forward to it, okay? So please do me a favor. If you haven't done it yet, before you leave, before you take off, hit that like button down below. And if you haven't done this as well, hit that subscribe button, okay? Hit it. By the way, hold up. I got to kill the music for a second. Did I get it right? Did I get something right? Did I hear it right with that nurse? She wrote in her notes that he received papers, divorce papers, 3 days after his mama died. Am I hearing that right? I just want to make sure I'm not losing my damn mind. Is that what really went down? I mean, according to this woman's notes, she literally says that he received divorce papers 3 days after his mama died. 3. Crazy, right? Okay, I'm not losing my damn mind. I was like, wait a second, but I didn't want to say anything because I was like, the questions, every single question's so important, and I don't want to talk over too much on their cross-examination and their questioning and all that. But I was like, wait a second. So he found out that she wanted to divorce him 3 days after his mother died, and obviously he was distraught and torn up about his mother passing. We all know about that story. What kind of person goes and gives you the bruh? Who does that? Real talk. Who serves divorce papers 3 days after the woman that brought you into this world leaves this planet? That's unbelievable, y'all. That's some crazy stuff. Then the other part also I found interesting as well is her talking about in the notes, her lip was bleeding. Now, that could be a dry lip. That could have been an altercation between Johnny Depp and her while he's trying to protect her. Maybe he accidentally knocks her in the face on accident. You know how scuffles get. Scuffles get nasty and limbs are flying everywhere, especially when you're trying to protect yourself from getting hit. That could very well be it too. Or maybe he really did hit her in the face straight up. That could very well be it too. But the photos still look suspect to me, because if you're actually getting punched in the face, if you really got slapped or punched in the face a part of me is like, man, those photos aren't serving anything. They're not doing sorry, it's not sending home, oh, she was beaten. You know what I'm saying? I don't see that in those photos. I see somebody who just kind of did this really quick, or maybe smacked them in the, smacked themselves in the face really hard. That's the same thing with the lip bleeding, the middle of her lip bleeding. She could have just hit her face really hard real quick. Could have been anything. She could have gone girled a situation to make it seem like she had an altercation with JD. You just never know. And yes, K2 Chi. Yep, Pascal. She should have had some swelling. Absolutely. I mean, come on, y'all. I hate to throw this one up here real quick, but I'm not going to throw it up. But we've all seen the photos of Rihanna, the infamous photos of her just after the situation that happened outside of the Lamborghini, on their way to an award ceremony. I forgot which one it was. I don't know. I don't remember if it was the Grammys or if it was the MTV Music Awards or something like that. But anyway, you remember those photos of Rihanna. There's no way you can fake that. Ain't makeup, y'all. You can't fake that. But then you show me photos like that, and you're telling me that is supposed to be full on her being knocked and rocked? Come on. Something ain't right there. Something ain't right there, y'all. Things that make you go, That's all I'm saying. So, and I'm not sitting here saying all battery photos are supposed to look like Rihanna. Let's just be honest. No, not all of them are supposed to look like that. But you're telling me anybody could have pinched her cheek. She could have pinched her cheek. Anything. I mean, there's so much room for questioning, rather than it's like, yep, you can't even deny that. That is a bruise on a woman. That is a bruise on that woman's face. But for some odd reason, this one does not feel right. It feels like a full-on lie. And she could be gone girling this situation. Real talk. So I had to say that really quick because I was like, wait a second. Let me, it's been festering inside of me. And I'm like, wait, before I get off of the show and walk away, and I go, wait a second, did she just? No. In that nurse's notes, Johnny Depp received divorce papers, allegedly, from Amber Heard 3 days after his mother died. It just goes to show you what kind of woman he was dealing with, what kind of character we're dealing with. This wasn't a woman who was like, maybe I'll wait a couple weeks before I actually, this is bad timing, so on and so forth. She didn't care. If that's how it really went down, 3 days after his mother died, where he's already in a mental state, because God knows the whirlwind of emotions he's got going through his body at that time, he still receives divorce papers 3 days after he finds out his mother's dead. That's insane. That's just sad. That's just really sad. Susan McIntosh, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Real quick, if you are abused, why not see an MD or go to ER for confirmation instead of texting to RN at 12:30 who is off duty? That's a damn good question. Why wouldn't you go to a medical doctor? Why wouldn't you go to the ER? You see what I'm saying? Why wouldn't you go to Popo? Why wouldn't you go to 50 and just say, hey, I've been hit by Johnny Depp. He's my husband, so on and so forth. Here's my face. Can you take some photos of this? So whatever. Why not send those photos to, you see what I'm saying? Why the RN of all people? Why? Just so strange. I mean, we already know the reason why. I mean, or at least we are all speculating on the reason why. And the reason why is because that woman's straight cap. That woman is straight lying. And that's all that is. That's all there is. There's nothing, there's no way around it. She is straight up lying, allegedly. allegedly. But we'll see. And you know what? And that's another good point too, Zozo Bob. DV victims aren't always that forthcoming. That's absolutely true too. A lot of them are going to cover it up. A lot of them are going to try to, reach out to somebody else because they feel maybe there's embarrassment or they don't want to get in more trouble by going to the authorities, so on and so forth. So that is very true too. But still, it's a part here that doesn't seem right, especially when you have, like, I'm expecting to see something much more dramatic than just a little rouge on the cheek. And I'm not saying that the rouge on her cheek was not from an altercation. I'm not saying that at all. But it does make sense that a lot of us out here are scratching our heads and going, is that really a sign of DV or not? And I guess, unfortunately, we will never know because there's stories out here where they're saying she is using makeup and trying to make it seem like something else. Somebody had to take those photos of her. Somebody went over to her house and took those photos of her face that was allegedly battered and bruised by Johnny Depp. Who that person is. Hopefully they come on and talk about that. And we will definitely see what's going on. Real bloody talk. So anyway, guys, I'm going to hop off here for now. But I will be hopping on in a few hours. I just need a few hours to just kind of get away from the lights and the camera and this purple ass room and get some good food in me. Okay. But I appreciate all y'all for going through this journey with me. The first one ever, 7+ hours. I can't believe I just did that, but hey, we got 7 more hours to go tomorrow, and then tomorrow after that, and after that, and after that. So we're going to be busy this week. Okay. So again, one last time before I officially sign off for a little while, hit that like button down below. Okay. And do not forget to crush that subscribe button. Okay. I'd really, really appreciate it. And we are working hard out here in these streets. So please hit that subscribe button and join the Pascal Show family. And of course, I got the Patreon and I also have my Cash App. Shameless plug, but hey, got to pay the bills, got to keep the lights on. So please support in any way you can. All right. It will all be greatly appreciated. Burr, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shelly. I really do appreciate it. Okay. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see, Greta Lee. We will definitely see if it actually goes down. And if it does, I think it'll be a huge moment in defamation case history. That's what I think. So we'll see. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. I'll see you guys soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. And I'll see you guys very shortly. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.